Scaramouche, Book 2, Chapter 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, A Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 2, Chapter 4. Exit, Monsieur Parvissimus. At 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon, the curtain rose on Figaro Scaramouche to an audience that filled 3/4 of the market hall. Monsieur Binet attributed this good attendance to the influx of people to Guichen for the fair, and to the magnificent parade of his company through the streets of the township at the busiest time of the day. Andre-Louis attributed it entirely to the title. It was the Figaro touch that had fetched in the better-class bourgeoisie, which filled more than half of the 20-sou places and 3/4 of the 12-sou seats. The lure had drawn them. Whether it was to continue to do so would depend upon the manner in which the canevas, over which he had laboured to the glory of Binet, was interpreted by the company. Of the merits of the canevas itself he had no doubt. The authors upon whom he had drawn for the elements of it were sound, and he had taken of their best, which he claimed to be no more than the justice due to them. The company excelled itself. The audience followed with relish the sly intriguings of Scaramouche, delighted in the beauty and freshness of Clement, was moved almost to tears by the hard fate which through 4 long acts kept her from the hungering arms of the so beautiful Leandre, howled its delight over the ignominy of Pantaloon, the buffooneries of his sprightly lackey Harlequin, and the thrasonical strut and bellowing fierceness of the cowardly Rhodomont. The success of the Binet troupe in Guichen was assured. That night the company drank Burgundy at Monsieur Binet's expense. The takings reached the sum of 8 louis, which was as good business as Monsieur Binet had ever done in all his career. He was very pleased. Gratification rose like steam from his fat body. He even condescended so far as to attribute a share of the credit for the success to Monsieur Parvissimus. "His suggestion," he was careful to say, by way of properly delimiting that share, "was most valuable, as I perceived at the time." "And his cutting of quills," growled Polichinelle. "Don't forget that. It is most important to have by you a man who understands how to cut a quill, as I shall remember when I turn author." But not even that jibe could stir Monsieur Binet out of his lethargy of content. On Tuesday the success was repeated artistically and augmented financially. 10 louis and 7 livres was the enormous sum that Andre-Louis, the doorkeeper, counted over to Monsieur Binet after the performance. Never yet had Monsieur Binet made so much money in one evening, and a miserable little village like Guichen was certainly the last place in which he would have expected this windfall. "Ah, but Guichen in the time of fair," Andre-Louis reminded him. "There are people here from as far as Nantes and Rennes to buy and sell. Tomorrow, being the last day of the fair, the crowds will be greater than ever. We should better this evening's receipts." "Better them? I shall be quite satisfied if we do as well, my friend." "You can depend upon that," Andre-Louis assured him. "Are we to have Burgundy?" And then the tragedy occurred. It announced itself in a succession of bumps and thuds, culminating in a crash outside the door that brought them all to their feet in alarm. Perrault sprang to open, and beheld the tumbled body of a man lying at the foot of the stairs. It emitted groans, therefore it was alive. Perrault went forward to turn it over, and disclosed the fact that the body wore the wizened face of Scaramouche, a grimacing, groaning, twitching Scaramouche. The whole company, pressing after Perrault, abandoned itself to laughter. "I always said you should change parts with me," cried Harlequin. "You're such an excellent tumbler. Have you been practicing?" "Fool!" Scaramouche snapped. "Must you be laughing when I've all but broken my neck?" "You are right. We ought to be weeping because you didn't break it. Come, man, get up." And he held out a hand to the prostrate rogue. Scaramouche took the hand, clutched it, heaved himself from the ground, then with a scream dropped back again. "My foot!" he complained. Binet rolled through the group of players, scattering them to right and left. Apprehension had been quick to seize him. Fate had played him such tricks before. "What ails your foot?" quoth he sourly. "It's broken, I think," Scaramouche complained. "Broken? Bah! Get up, man!" He caught him under the armpits and hauled him up. Scaramouche came howling to one foot. The other doubled under him when he attempted to set it down, and he must have collapsed again but that Binet supported him. He filled the place with his plaint, whilst Binet swore amazingly and variedly. "Must you bellow like a calf, you fool? Be quiet! A chair here, someone!" A chair was thrust forward. He crushed Scaramouche down into it. "Let us look at this foot of yours." Heedless of Scaramouche's howls of pain, he swept away shoe and stocking. "What ails it?" he asked, staring. "Nothing that I can see." He seized it, heel in one hand, instep in the other, and gyrated it. Scaramouche screamed in agony until Climene caught Binet's arm and made him stop. "My God, have you no feelings?" she reproved her father. "The lad has hurt his foot. Must you torture him? Will that cure it?" "Hurt his foot," said Binet. "I can see nothing the matter with his foot. Nothing to justify all this uproar. He has bruised it, maybe." "A man with a bruised foot doesn't scream like that," said Madame over Climene's shoulder. "Perhaps he has dislocated it." "That is what I fear," whimpered Scaramouche. Binet heaved himself up in disgust. "Take him to bed," he bade them, "and fetch a doctor to see him." It was done, and the doctor came. Having seen the patient, he reported that nothing very serious had happened, but that in falling he had evidently sprained his foot a little. A few days' rest, and all would be well. "A few days!" cried Binet. "God of God! Do you mean that he can't walk?" "It would be unwise, indeed impossible, for more than a few steps." M. Binet paid the doctor's fee and sat down to think. He filled himself a glass of Burgundy, tossed it off without a word, and sat thereafter staring into the empty glass. "It is, of course, the sort of thing that must always be happening to me," he grumbled to no one in particular. The members of the company were all standing in silence before him, sharing his dismay. "I might have known that this, or something like it, would occur to spoil the first vein of luck that I have found in years. Ah, well, it is finished. Tomorrow we pack and depart. The best day of the fair on the crest of the wave of our success. A good 15 louis to be taken, and this happens. God of God!" Do you mean to abandon tomorrow's performance?" All turned to stare with Binet at Andre-Louis.
"Are we to play Figaro Scaramouche without Scaramouche?"
asked Binet, sneering. "Of course not." Andre-Louis came forward. "But surely some rearrangements of the parts is possible. For instance, there is a fine actor in Polichinelle." Polichinelle swept him a bow. "Overwhelmed," said he, ever sardonic.
"But he has a part of his own,"
objected Binet. "A small part, which Pasquariel could play."
"And who will play Pasquariel?"
"Nobody. We delete it. The play need not suffer."
"He thinks of everything," sneered Polichinelle. "What a man!"
But Binet was far from agreement.
"Are you suggesting that Polichinelle should play Scaramouche?"
he asked incredulously. "Why not? He is able enough."
"Overwhelmed again,"
interjected Polichinelle.
"Play Scaramouche with that figure?"
Binet heaved himself up to point a denunciatory finger at Polichinelle's sturdy, thick-set shortness. "For lack of a better," said Andre-Louis.
"Overwhelmed more than ever."
Polichinelle's bow was superb at this time.
"Faith, I think I'll take the air to cool me after so much blushing."
"Go to the devil!"
Binet flung at him.
"Better and better."
Polichinelle made for the door. On the threshold he halted and struck an attitude.
"Understand me, Binet. I do not now play Scaramouche in any circumstances whatever."
And he went out. On the whole, it was a very dignified exit. Andre-Louis shrugged, threw out his arms, and let them fall to his sides again. "You have ruined everything," he told M. Binet. "The matter could easily have been arranged. Well, it is you are master here, and since you want us to pack and be off, that is what we will do, I suppose." He went out too. M. Binet stood in thought a moment, and then followed him, his little eyes very cunning. He caught him up in the doorway.
"Let us take a walk together, Monsieur Parvissimus,"
said he, very affably. He thrust his arm through Andre-Louis and led him out into the street, where there was still considerable movement. Past the booths that ranged about the market they went, and down the hill towards the bridge.
"I don't think we shall pack tomorrow," said M. Binet presently. "In fact, we shall play tomorrow night."
"Not if I know Polichinelle. You have..."
"I am not thinking of Polichinelle."
"Of whom, then?"
"Of yourself."
"I am flattered, sir. And in what capacity are you thinking of me?" There was something too sleek and oily in Binet's voice for Andre-Louis' taste.
"I am thinking of you in the part of Scaramouche."
"Daydreams," said Andre-Louis. "You are amusing yourself, of course."
"Not in the least. I am quite serious."
"But I am not an actor."
"You told me that you could be."
"Oh, upon occasion. A small part, perhaps."
"Well, here is a big part, the chance to arrive at a single stride. How many men have had such a chance?"
"It is a chance I do not covet, Monsieur Binet. Shall we change the subject?" He was very frosty, as much perhaps because he scented in M. Binet's manner something that was vaguely menacing as for any other reason.
"We'll change the subject when I please,"
said M. Binet, allowing a glimpse of steel to glimmer through the silk of him.
Tomorrow night you play Scaramouche. You are ready enough in your wits, your figure is ideal, and you have just the kind of mordant humor for the part. You should be a great success."
"It is much more likely that I should be an egregious failure."
"That won't matter,"
said Binet cynically, and explained himself.
"The failure will be personal to yourself. The receipts will be safe by then."
"Much obliged," said Andre-Louis.
"We should take 15 louis tomorrow night."
"It is unfortunate that you are without a Scaramouche," said Andre-Louis.
"It is fortunate that I have one, Monsieur Parvissimus."
Andre-Louis disengaged his arm. "I begin to find you tiresome," said he. "I think I will return."
"A moment, Monsieur Parvissimus. If I am to lose that 15 louis, you'll not take it amiss that I compensate myself in other ways?"
"That is your own concern, Monsieur Binet."
"Pardon, Monsieur Parvissimus. It may possibly be also yours."
Binet took his arm again.
"Do me the kindness to step across the street with me, just as far as the post office there. I have something to show you."
Andre-Louis went. Before they reached that sheet of paper nailed upon the door, he knew exactly what it would say. And in effect it was, as he had supposed, that 20 louis would be paid for information leading to the apprehension of one Andre-Louis Moreau, lawyer of Gavrillac, who was wanted by the King's lieutenant in Rennes upon a charge of sedition. M. Binet watched him whilst he read. Their arms were linked, and Binet's grip was firm and powerful.
"Now, my friend," said he, "will you be Monsieur Parvissimus and play Scaramouche tomorrow? Or will you be Andre-Louis Moreau of Gavrillac and go to Rennes to satisfy the King's lieutenant?"
"And if it should happen that you are mistaken?" quoth Andre-Louis, his face a mask.
"I'll take the risk of that," leered M. Binet. "You mentioned, I think, that you were a lawyer. An indiscretion, my dear. It is unlikely that 2 lawyers will be in hiding at the same time in the same district. You see, it is not really clever of me. Well, Monsieur Andre-Louis Moreau, lawyer of Gavrillac, what is it to be?"
"We will talk it over as we walk back," said Andre-Louis.
"What is there to talk over?"
"1 or 2 things, I think. I must know where I stand. Come, sir, if you please."
"Very well,"
said M. Binet, and they turned up the street again. But M. Binet maintained a firm hold of his young friend's arm, and kept himself on the alert for any tricks that the young gentleman might be disposed to play. It was an unnecessary precaution. Andre-Louis was not the man to waste his energy futilely. He knew that in bodily strength he was no match at all for the heavy and powerful Pantaloon. "If I yield to your most eloquent and seductive persuasions, Monsieur Binet," said he sweetly, "what guarantee do you give me that you will not sell me for 20 louis after I shall have served your turn?"
"You have my word of honor for that."
Monsieur Binet was emphatic. Andre-Louis laughed. "Oh, we are to talk of honor, are we? Really, Monsieur Binet, it is clear you think me a fool." In the dark he did not see the flush that leapt to M. Binet's round face. It was some moments before he replied.
"Perhaps you are right," he growled. What guarantee do you want?
I do not know what guarantee you can possibly give.
I have said that I will keep faith with you.
Until you find it more profitable to sell me.
You have it in your power to make it more profitable always for me to keep faith with you. It is due to you that we have done so well in Guichen. Oh, I admit it frankly.
In private, said Andre-Louis. Monsieur Binet left the sarcasm unheeded.
What you have done for us here, with Figaro Scaramouche, you can do elsewhere with other things. Naturally, I shall not want to lose you. That is your guarantee.
Yet tonight you would sell me for 20 louis.
Because, name of God, you enraged me by refusing me a service well within your powers. Don't you think, had I been entirely the rogue you think me, that I could have sold you on Saturday last? I want you to understand me, my dear Parvissimus.
I beg that you'll not apologize. You would be more tiresome than ever.
Of course you will be jibing. You never miss a chance to jibe. It'll bring you trouble before you're done with life. Come, here we are, back at the inn, and you have not yet given me your decision.
Andre-Louis looked at him. I must yield, of course. I can't help myself. Monsieur Binet released his arm at last and slapped him heartily upon the back.
Well declared, my lad. You'll never regret it. If I know anything of the theatre, I know that you have made the great decision of your life. Tomorrow night, you'll thank me.
Andre-Louis shrugged and stepped out ahead towards the inn. But Monsieur Binet called him back.
Monsieur Parvissimus!
He turned. There stood the man's great bulk, the moonlight beating down upon that round, fat face of his, and he was holding out his hand.
Monsieur Parvissimus, no rancor. It is a thing I do not admit into my life. You will shake hands with me, and we will forget all this.
Andre-Louis considered him a moment with disgust. He was growing angry. Then, realized this, he conceived himself ridiculous. Almost as ridiculous as that sly, scoundrelly Pantaloon. He laughed and took the outstretched hand.
No rancor, Monsieur Binet insisted.
Oh, no rancor, said Andre-Louis. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. January 2007, Troy, Michigan. Scaramouche. Book 2, Chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, A Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 2, Chapter 5. Enter Scaramouche. Dressed in the close-fitting suit of a bygone age, all black, from flat velvet cap to rosetted shoes, his face whitened and a slight up-curled mustache glued to his upper lip. A small sword at his side and a guitar slung behind him. Scaramouche surveyed himself in a mirror, and was disposed to be sardonic, which was the proper mood for the part. He reflected that his life, which until lately had been of a stagnant, contemplative quality, had suddenly become excessively active. In the course of 1 week he had been lawyer, mob orator, outlaw, property man, and finally buffoon. Last Wednesday he had been engaged in moving an audience of Rennes to anger. On this Wednesday he was to move an audience of Guichen to mirth. Then he had been concerned to draw tears. Today it was his business to provoke laughter. There was a difference, and yet there was a parallel. Then as now he had been a comedian, and the part that he had played then was, when you came to think of it, akin to the part he was to play this evening. For what had he been at Rennes but a sort of Scaramouche, the little skirmisher, the astute intriguer, spattering the seed of trouble with a sly hand? The only difference lay in the fact that today he went forth under the name that properly described his type, whereas last week he had been disguised as a respectable young provincial attorney. He bowed to his reflection in the mirror. "Buffoon," he apostrophized it. "At last you have found yourself. At last you have come into your heritage. You should be a great success." Hearing his new name called out by M. Binet, he went below to find the company assembled, and waiting in the entrance corridor of the inn. He was, of course, an object of great interest to all the company. Most critically was he conned by M. Binet and Mademoiselle, by the former with gravely searching eyes, by the latter with a curl of scornful lip. "You'll do." M. Binet commended his make-up. "At least you look the part." "Unfortunately, men are not always what they look," said Climene acidly. "That is a truth that does not, at present, apply to me," said Andre-Louis. "For it is the first time in my life that I look what I am." Mademoiselle curled her lip a little further, and turned her shoulder to him. But the others thought him very witty, probably because he was obscure. Columbine encouraged him with a friendly smile that displayed her large white teeth, and M. Binet swore yet once again that he would be a great success, since he threw himself with such spirit into the undertaking. Then, in a voice that for the moment he appeared to have borrowed from the roaring captain, M. Binet marshalled them for the short parade across to the market hall. The new Scaramouche fell into place beside Rhodomont. The old one, hobbling on a crutch, had departed an hour ago to take the place of doorkeeper, vacated of necessity by Andre-Louis, so that the exchange between those two was a complete one. Headed by Polichinelle banging his great drum, and Perrault blowing his trumpet, they set out, and were duly passed in review by the ragamuffins drawn up in files to enjoy so much of the spectacle as was to be obtained for nothing. 10 minutes later, the 3 knocks sounded, and the curtains were drawn aside to reveal a battered set that was partly garden, partly forest, in which Climene feverishly looked for the coming of Leandre. In the wings stood the beautiful, melancholy lover, awaiting his cue, and immediately behind him the unfledged Scaramouche, who was anon to follow him. Andre-Louis was assailed with nausea in that dread moment. He attempted to take a lightning mental review of the first act of this scenario of which he himself was the author-in-chief, but found his mind a complete blank. With perspiration starting from his skin, he stepped back to the wall, where above a dim lantern was pasted a sheet bearing the brief outline of the piece. He was still studying it when his arm was clutched and he was pulled violently towards the wings. He had a glimpse of Pantaloon's grotesque face, its eyes blazing, and he caught a raucous growl. "Climene has spoken your cue 3 times already." Before he realized it, he had been bundled onto the stage and stood there, foolishly, blinking in the glare of the footlights, with their tin reflectors. So utterly foolish and bewildered did he look, that volley upon volley of laughter welcomed him from the audience. which this evening packed the hall from end to end. Trembling a little, his bewilderment at first increasing, he stood there to receive that rolling tribute to his absurdity. Climene was eyeing him with expectant mockery, savouring in advance his humiliation. Leandre regarded him in consternation, whilst behind the scenes Monsieur Binet was dancing in fury. "Name of name!" he groaned to the rather scared members of the company assembled there. "What will happen when they discover that he isn't acting?" But they never did discover it. Scaramouche's bewildered paralysis lasted but a few seconds. He realized that he was being laughed at, and remembered that his Scaramouche was a creature to be laughed with, and not at. He must save the situation, twist it to his own advantage as best he could. And now his real bewilderment and terror was succeeded by acted bewilderment and terror, far more marked, but not quite so funny. He contrived to make it clearly appear that his terror was of someone off the stage. He took cover behind a painted shrub, and thence, the laughter at last beginning to subside, he addressed himself to Climene and Leandre.
"Forgive me, beautiful lady, if the abrupt manner of my entrance startled you. The truth is that I have never been the same since that last affair of mine with Almaviva. My heart is not what it used to be. Down there at the end of the lane I came face to face with an elderly gentleman carrying a heavy cudgel, and the horrible thought entered my mind that it might be your father, and that our little stratagem to get you safely married might already have been betrayed to him. I think it was the cudgel put such notion in my head. Not that I am afraid. I am not really afraid of anything. But I could not help reflecting that, if it should really have been your father, and he had broken my head with his cudgel, your hopes would have perished with me, for without me, what should you have done, my poor children?"
A ripple of laughter from the audience had been steadily enheartening him, and helping him to recover his natural impudence. It was clear they found him comical. They were to find him far more comical than ever he had intended, and this was largely due to the fortuitous circumstance upon which he had insufficiently reckoned. The fear of recognition by someone from Gavrillac or Rennes had been strong upon him. His face was sufficiently made up to baffle recognition, but there remained his voice. To dissemble this, he had availed himself of the fact that Figaro was a Spaniard, and he had known a Spaniard at Louis le Grand, who spoke a fluent but most extraordinary French with grotesque excess of sibilant sounds. It was an accent that he had often imitated, as youths will imitate characteristics that excite their mirth. Opportunely he had bethought him of that Spanish student, and it was upon his speech that tonight he modelled his own. The audience of Guichen found it as laughable on his lips as he and his fellows had found it formerly on the lips of that derided Spaniard. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Binet, listening to that glib impromptu of which the scenario gave no indication, had recovered from his fears. "Dieu de Dieu," he whispered, grinning. "Did he do it then, on purpose?" It seemed to him impossible that a man who had been so terror-stricken as he had fancied Andre-Louis could have recovered his wits so quickly and completely. Yet the doubt remained. To resolve it after the curtain had fallen upon a first act that had gone with a verve unrivalled until this hour in the annals of the company, borne almost entirely upon the slim shoulders of the new Scaramouche, Monsieur Binet bluntly questioned him. They were standing in the space that did duty as green-room. The company all assembled there, showering congratulations upon their new recruit. Scaramouche, a little exalted at the moment by his success, however trivial he might consider it tomorrow, took then a full revenge upon Climene, for the malicious satisfaction with which she had regarded his momentary blank terror. "I do not wonder that you ask," said he. "Faith, I should have warned you that I intended to do my best from the start, to put the audience in a good humour with me. Mademoiselle very nearly ruined everything by refusing to reflect any of my terror. She was not even startled. Another time, mademoiselle, I shall give you full warning of my every intention." She crimsoned under her grease paint. But before she could find an answer of sufficient venom, her father was rating her soundly for her stupidity. The more soundly because himself he had been deceived by Scaramouche's supreme acting. Scaramouche's success in the first act was more than confirmed as the performance proceeded. Completely master of himself by now, and stimulated as only success can stimulate, he warmed to his work. Impudent, alert, sly, graceful, he incarnated the very ideal of Scaramouche, and he helped out his own native wit by many a remembered line from Beaumarchais, thereby persuading the better informed among the audience that here indeed was something of the real Figaro, and bringing them, as it were, into touch with the great world of the capital. When at last the curtain fell for the last time, it was Scaramouche who shared with Climene the honours of the evening. His name that was coupled with hers, and the calls that summoned them before the curtains. As they stepped back and the curtain screened them again from the departing audience, M. Binet approached them, rubbing his fat hands softly together. This runagate young lawyer, whom chance had blown into his company, had evidently been sent by fate to make his fortune for him. The sudden success at Guichen, hitherto unrivalled, should be repeated and augmented elsewhere. There would be no more sleeping under hedges and tightening of belts. Adversity was behind him. He placed a hand upon Scaramouche's shoulder and surveyed him with a smile whose oiliness not even his red paint and colossal false nose could dissemble.
"And what have you to say to me now?" he asked him. "Was I wrong when I assured you that you would succeed? Do you think I have followed my fortunes in the theatre for a lifetime without knowing a born actor when I see one? You are my discovery, Scaramouche. I have discovered you to yourself. I have set your feet upon the road to fame and fortune. I await your thanks."
Scaramouche laughed at him, and his laugh was not altogether pleasant. "Always pantaloon," said he. The great countenance became overcast.
"I see that you do not yet forgive me the little stratagem by which I forced you to do justice to yourself. Ungrateful dog! As if I could have had any purpose but to make you, and I have done so. Continue as you have begun, and you will end in Paris. You may yet tread the stage of the Comedie Francaise, the rival of Talma, Fleury, and Dugazon. When that happens to you, perhaps you will feel the gratitude that is due to old Binet, for you will owe it all to this soft-hearted old fool."
"If you were as good an actor on the stage as you are in private," said Scaramouche, "you would yourself have won to the Comedie Francaise long since. But I bear no rancour, Monsieur Binet." He laughed and put out his hand. Binet fell upon it and wrung it heartily.
"That, at least, is something," he declared. "My boy, I have great plans for you, for us. Tomorrow we go to Moore. There is a fair there to the end of this week. Then, on Monday, we take our chances at Pipriac, and after that, we must consider. It may be that I am about to realize the dream of my life. There must have been upwards of 15 louis taken tonight. Where the devil is that rascal Cordemais?
Cordemais was the name of the original Scaramouche, who had so unfortunately twisted his ankle. That Binet should refer to him by his secular designation was a sign that in the Binet Company at least he had fallen forever from the lofty eminence of Scaramouche.
Let us go and find him, and then we'll away to the inn and crack a bottle of the best Burgundy. Perhaps 2 bottles.
But Cordemais was not readily to be found. None of the company had seen him since the close of the performance. Monsieur Binet went round to the entrance. Cordemais was not there. At first he was annoyed. Then, as he continued in vain to bawl the fellow's name, he began to grow uneasy. Lastly, when Polichinelle, who was with them, discovered Cordemais' crutch standing discarded behind the door, Monsieur Binet became alarmed. A dreadful suspicion entered his mind. He grew visibly pale under his paint.
But this evening he couldn't walk without the crutch, he exclaimed. How, then, does he come to leave it there and take himself off?
Perhaps he has gone on to the inn, suggested someone.
But he couldn't walk without his crutch,
Monsieur Binet insisted. Nevertheless, since clearly he was not anywhere about the market hall, to the inn they all trooped and deafened the landlady with their inquiries. "Oh, yes, Monsieur Cordemais came in some time ago."
"Where is he now?"
"He went away again at once. He just came for his bag."
"For his bag?"
Binet was on the point of apoplexy.
"How long ago was that?"
She glanced at the timepiece on the overmantel. It would be about half an hour ago. It was a few minutes before the Rennes diligence passed through.
"The Rennes diligence?"
Monsieur Binet was almost inarticulate.
Could he walk?"
he asked, on a note of terrible anxiety. Walk? He ran like a hare when he left the inn. I thought myself that his agility was suspicious, seeing how lame he had been since he fell downstairs yesterday. Is anything wrong? Monsieur Binet had collapsed into a chair. He took his head in his hands and groaned. "The scoundrel was shamming all the time!" exclaimed Climene. "His fall downstairs was a trick. He was playing for this. He has swindled us."
15 louis at least. Perhaps 16, said Monsieur Binet. Oh, the heartless blackguard! To swindle me, who have been as a father to him, and to swindle me in such a moment.
From the ranks of the silent, awe-stricken company, each member of which was wondering by how much of the loss his own meagre pay would be mulcted, there came a splutter of laughter. Monsieur Binet glared with blood-injected eyes.
"Who laughs?" he roared. "What heartless wretch has the audacity to laugh at my misfortune?"
Andre-Louis, still in the sable glories of Scaramouche, stood forward. He was laughing still.
"It is you, is it? You may laugh on another note, my friend, if I choose a way to recoup myself that I know of."
"Dullard!" Scaramouche scorned him. "Rabbit-brained elephant! What if Cordemais has gone with 15 louis? Hasn't he left you with something worth 20 times as much?" M. Binet gaped, uncomprehending.
"You are between two wines, I think. You've been drinking," he concluded.
"So I have. At the Fountain of Thalia. Oh, don't you see? Don't you see the treasure that Cordemais has left behind him?"
"What has he left?"
"A unique idea for the groundwork of a scenario. It unfolds itself all before me. I'll borrow part of the title from Molière. We'll call it Les Fourberies de Scaramouche. And if we don't leave the audience of Moore and Pipriac with sides aching from laughter, I'll play the dullard Pantaloon in the future." Polichinelle smacked fist into palm.
"Superb,"
he said fiercely.
"To cull fortune from misfortune, to turn loss into profit, that is to have genius."
Scaramouche made a leg. "Polichinelle, you are a fellow after my own heart. I love a man who can discern my merit. If Pantaloon had half your wit, we should have Burgundy tonight in spite of the flight of Cordemais."
"Burgundy!"
roared M. Binet, and before he could get farther, Harlequin had clapped his hands together. "That is the spirit, M. Binet. You heard him, landlady. He called for Burgundy."
"I called for nothing of the kind."
"But you heard him, dear madam. We all heard him." The others made chorus, whilst Scaramouche smiled at him and patted his shoulder. "Up, man! A little courage! Did you not say that fortune awaits us? And have we not now the wherewithal to constrain fortune? Burgundy, then, to toast Les Fourberies de Scaramouche." And M. Binet, who was not blind to the force of the idea, yielded, took courage, and got drunk with the rest. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. As read by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, Book 2, Chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, A Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 2, Chapter 6. Climene. Diligent search among the many scenarios of the improvisers which have survived their day has failed to bring to light the scenario of Les Fourberies de Scaramouche, upon which we are told the fortunes of the Binet troupe came to be soundly established. They played it for the first time at Moore in the following week, with Andre-Louis, who was known by now as Scaramouche to all the company and to the public alike, in the title role. If he had acquitted himself well as Figaro Scaramouche, he excelled himself in the new piece, the scenario of which would appear to be very much the better of the two. After Moore came Pipriac, where 4 performances were given, 2 of each of the scenarios that now formed the backbone of the Binet repertoire. In both, Scaramouche, who was beginning to find himself, materially improved his performances. So smoothly now did the 2 pieces run, that Scaramouche actually suggested to Binet that after Fougeray, which they were to visit in the following week, they should tempt fortune in a real theatre in the important town of Redon. The notion terrified Binet at first, but coming to think of it, and his ambition being fanned by Andre-Louis, he ended by allowing himself to succumb to the temptation. It seemed to Andre-Louis in those days that he had found his real métier, and not only was he beginning to like it, but actually to look forward to a career as actor-author that might indeed lead him in the end to that Mecca of all comedians, the Comédie Française. And there were other possibilities. From the writing of skeleton scenarios for improvisers, he might presently pass to writing plays of dialogue, plays in the proper sense of the word, after the manner of Chenier, Eglantine, and Beaumarchais. The fact that he dreamed such dreams shows us how very kindly he had taken to the profession into which chance and M. Binet, between them, had conspired to thrust him. That he had real talent both as author and as actor, I do not doubt, and I am persuaded that, had things fallen out differently, he would have won for himself a lasting place among French dramatists, and thus have fully realized that dream of his. Now, dream though it was, he did not neglect the practical side of it. "You realize," he told M. Binet, "that I have it in my power to make your fortune for you." He and Binet were sitting alone together in the parlour of the inn at Pipriac, drinking a very excellent bottle of Volnay. It was on the night after the fourth and last performance there of Les Fourberies. The business in Pipriac had been as excellent as in Maure and Guichen. You will have gathered this from the fact that they drank Volnay.
"I will concede it, my dear Scaramouche, so that I may hear the sequel."
I am disposed to exercise this power, if the inducement is sufficient. You will realize that for 15 livres a month a man does not sell such exceptional gifts as mine.
"There is an alternative," said M. Binet darkly.
"There is no alternative. Don't be a fool, Binet." Binet sat up as if he had been prodded. Members of his company did not take this tone of direct rebuke with him. "Anyway, I make you a present of it," Scaramouche pursued airily. "Exercise it if you please. Step outside and inform the police that they can lay hands upon one Andre-Louis Moreau. But that will be the end of your fine dreams of going to Redon, and for the first time in your life playing in a real theatre. Without me you can't do it, and you know it. And I am not going to Redon or anywhere else. In fact, I am not even going to Fougeray until we have an equitable arrangement."
"But what heat!" complained Binet. "And all for what? Why must you assume that I have the soul of a usurer? When our little arrangement was made, I had no idea, how could I, that you would prove as valuable to me as you are. You had but to remind me, my dear Scaramouche. I am a just man. As from today, you shall have 30 livres a month. See, I double it at once. I am a generous man."
"But you are not ambitious. Now listen to me a moment." And he proceeded to unfold a scheme that filled Binet with a paralyzing terror. "After Redon, Nantes," he said. "Nantes and the Theatre Feydeau." M. Binet choked in the act of drinking. The Theatre Feydeau was sort of provincial Comédie Française. The great Fleury had played there to an audience as critical as any in France. The very thought of Redon, cherished as it had come to be by M. Binet, gave him at moments a cramp in the stomach, so dangerously ambitious did it seem to him. And Redon was a puppet show by comparison with Nantes. Yet this raw lad, whom he had picked up by chance 3 weeks ago, and who in that time had blossomed from a country attorney into author and actor, could talk of Nantes and the Theatre Feydeau without changing colour.
But why not Paris and the Comedie Francaise? Wondered M. Binet with sarcasm, when at last he had got his breath. That may come later, says Impudence. You've been drinking, my friend. But Andre-Louis detailed the plan that had been forming in his mind. Fougeray should be a training ground for Redon, and Redon should be a training ground for Nantes. They would stay in Redon as long as Redon would pay adequately to come and see them, working hard to perfect themselves the while. They would add 3 or 4 new players of talent to the company. He would write 3 or 4 fresh scenarios, and these should be tested and perfected until the troupe was in possession of at least half a dozen plays upon which they could depend. They would lay out a portion of their profits on better dresses and better scenery, and finally, in a couple of months' time, if all went well, they should be ready to make their real bid for fortune at Nantes. It was quite true that distinction was usually demanded of the companies appearing at the Feydeau. But on the other hand, Nantes had not seen a troupe of improvisers for a generation, and longer. They would be supplying a novelty to which all Nantes should flock, provided that the work were really well done. And Scaramouche pledged himself, that if matters were left in his own hands, his projected revival of the Commedia dell'arte in all its glories would exceed whatever expectations the public of Nantes might bring to the theatre. "We'll talk of Paris after Nantes," he finished, supremely matter-of-fact, "just as we will definitely decide on Nantes after Redon." The persuasiveness that could sway a mob ended by sweeping M. Binet off his feet. The prospect which Scaramouche unfolded, if terrifying, was also intoxicating, and as Scaramouche delivered a crushing answer to each weakening objection in a measure as it was advanced, Binet ended by promising to think the matter over. "Redon will point the way," said Andre-Louis, "and I don't doubt which way Redon will point." Thus the great adventure of Redon dwindled to insignificance. Instead of a terrifying undertaking in itself, it became merely a rehearsal for something greater. In his momentary exultation, Binet proposed another bottle of Volnay. Scaramouche waited until the cork was drawn before he continued. "The thing remains possible," said he then, holding his glass to the light and speaking casually, "as long as I am with you." "Agreed, my dear Scaramouche, agreed. Our chance meeting was a fortunate thing for both of us." "For both of us," said Scaramouche with stress. "That is as I would have it, so that I do not think you will surrender me just yet to the police." "As if I could do such a thing! My dear Scaramouche, you amuse yourself. I beg that you will never, never allude to that little joke of mine again." "It is forgotten," said Andre-Louis. "And now for the remainder of my proposal. If I am to become the architect of your fortunes, if I am to build them as I have planned them, I must also, and in the same degree, become the architect of my own." "In the same degree?" M. Binet frowned. "In the same degree. From today, if you please, we will conduct the affairs of this company in a proper manner, and we will keep account books." "I am an artist," said M. Binet with pride. "I am not a merchant." "There is a business side to your art, and that shall be conducted in the business manner. I have thought it all out for you. You shall not be troubled with details that might hinder the due exercise of your art. All that you have to do is say yes or no to my proposal." "Huh? And the proposal?"
is that you constitute me your partner, with an equal share in the profits of your company." Pantaloon's great countenance grew pale. His little eyes widened to their fullest extent as he conned the face of his companion. Then he exploded.
"You are mad, of course, to make me a proposal so monstrous."
"It has its injustices, I admit. But I have provided for them. It would not, for instance, be fair that in addition to all that I am proposing to do for you, I should also play Scaramouche and write your scenarios without any reward outside of the half-profit which would come to me as a partner. Thus, before the profits come to be divided, there is a salary to be paid me as actor, and a small sum for each scenario with which I provide the company. That is a matter for mutual agreement. Similarly, you shall be paid a salary as Pantaloon. After those expenses are cleared up, as well as all the other salaries and disbursements, the residue is the profit to be divided equally between us." It was not, as you can imagine, a proposal that M. Binet would swallow at a draught. He began with a point-blank refusal to consider it. "In that case, my friend," said Scaramouche, "we part company at once. Tomorrow I shall bid you a reluctant farewell." Binet fell to raging. He spoke of ingratitude in feeling terms. He even permitted himself another sly allusion to that little jest of his concerning the police, which he had promised never again to mention. "As to that, you may do as you please. Play the informer, by all means. But consider that you will just as definitely be deprived of my services, and that without me you are nothing, as you were before I joined your company." M. Binet did not care what the consequences might be. A fig for the consequences. He would teach this impudent young country attorney that M. Binet was not the man to be imposed upon. Scaramouche rose. "Very well," said he, between indifference and resignation. "As you wish. But before you act, sleep on the matter. In the cold light of morning you may see our two proposals in their proper proportions. Mine spells fortune for both of us. Yours spells ruin for both of us. Good night, M. Binet. Heaven help you to a wise decision." The decision to which M. Binet finally came was, naturally, the only possible in the face of so firm a resolve as that of Andre-Louis, who held the trumps. Of course, there were further discussions before all was settled, and M. Binet was brought to an agreement only after an infinity of haggling, surprising in one who was an artist and not a man of business. One or two concessions were made by Andre-Louis. He consented, for instance, to waive his claim to be paid for scenarios, and he also consented that M. Binet should appoint himself a salary that was out of all proportion to his deserts. Thus, in the end, the matter was settled, and the announcement duly made to the assembled company. There were, of course, jealousies and resentments, but these were not deep-seated, and they were readily swallowed when it was discovered that under the new arrangement the lot of the entire company was to be materially improved from the point of view of salaries. This was a matter that had met with considerable opposition from M. Binet, but the irresistible Scaramouche swept away all objections. "If we are to play at the Feydeau, you want a company of self-respecting comedians and not a pack of cringing starvelings. The better we pay them in reason, the more they will earn for us." Thus was conquered the company's resentment of this too swift promotion of its latest recruit. Cheerfully now, with one exception, they accepted the dominance of Scaramouche, a dominance soon to be so firmly established that M. Binet himself came under it. The one exception was Climene. Her failure to bring to heel this interesting young stranger, who had almost literally dropped into their midst that morning outside Guichen, had begotten in her a malice which his persistent ignoring of her had been steadily inflaming. She had remonstrated with her father when the new partnership was first formed. She had lost her temper with him and called him a fool. Whereupon M. Binet, in Pantaloon's best manner, had lost his temper in his turn and boxed her ears. She piled it up to the account of Scaramouche, and spied her opportunity to pay off some of that ever-increasing score. But opportunities were few. Scaramouche was too occupied just then. During the week of preparation at Fougeray, he was hardly seen save at the performances, whilst, when once they were at Redon, he came and went like the wind between the theatre and the inn. The Redon experiment had justified itself from the first. Stimulated and encouraged by this, Andre-Louis worked day and night during the month that they spent in that busy little town. The moment had been well chosen, for the trade in chestnuts, of which Redon is the centre, was just then at its height. And every afternoon the little theatre was packed with spectators. The fame of the troupe had gone forth, borne by the chestnut growers of the district who were bringing their wares to Redon market, and the audiences were made up of people from the surrounding country, and from neighbouring villages as far out as Allaire, Saint-Perriot, and St. Nicholas. To keep the business from slackening, Andre-Louis prepared a new scenario every week. He wrote 3 in addition to those 2 with which he had already supplied the company. These were The Marriage of Pantaloon, The Shy Lover, and The Terrible Captain. Of these, the last was the greatest success. It was based upon the Miles Gloriosus of Plautus, with great opportunities for Rhodomont, and a good part for Scaramouche as the roaring captain's sly lieutenant. Its success was largely due to the fact that Andre-Louis amplified the scenario to the extent of indicating very fully in places the lines which the dialogue should follow, whilst here and there he had gone so far as to supply some of the actual dialogue to be spoken, without, however, making it obligatory upon the actors to keep to the letter of it. And meanwhile, as the business prospered, he became busy with tailors improving the wardrobe of the company, which was sorely in need of improvement. He ran to earth a couple of needy artists, lured them into the company to play small parts, apothecaries and notaries, and set them to beguile their leisure in painting new scenery, so as to be ready for what he called the conquest of Nantes, which was to come in the new year. Never in his life had he worked so hard. Never in his life had he worked at all by comparison with his activities now. His fund of energy and enthusiasm was inexhaustible, like that of his good humour. He came and went, acted, wrote, conceived, directed, planned, and executed. What time M. Binet took his ease at last in comparative affluence, drank Burgundy every night, ate white bread and other delicacies, and began to congratulate himself upon his astuteness in having made this industrious, tireless fellow his partner. Having discovered how idle had been his fears of performing at Redon, he now began to dismiss the terrors with which the notion of Nantes had haunted him, and his happiness was reflected throughout the ranks of his company, with the single exception always of Climene. She had ceased to sneer at Scaramouche, having realized at last that her sneers left him untouched, and recoiled upon herself. Thus, her almost indefinable resentment of him was increased by being stifled, until, at all costs, an outlet for it must be found. One day she threw herself in his way as he was leaving the theatre after the performance. The others had already gone, and she had returned upon pretense of having forgotten something. "Will you tell me what I have done to you?" she asked him point blank. "Done to me, mademoiselle?" He did not understand. She made a gesture of impatience. "Why do you hate me?" "Hate you, mademoiselle? I do not hate anybody. It is the most stupid of all the emotions. I have never hated. Not even my enemies." "What Christian resignation!" "As for hating you, of all people, why, I consider you adorable. I envy Leandre every day of my life. I have seriously thought of setting him to play Scaramouche and playing lovers myself." "I don't think you would be a success," said she. "That is the only consideration that restrains me. And yet, given the inspiration that is given Leandre, it is possible that I might be convincing." "Why, what inspiration do you mean?" "The inspiration of playing to so adorable a Clement." Her lazy eyes were now alert to search that lean face of his. "You are laughing at me," she said, and swept past him into the theatre on her pretended quest. There was nothing to be done with such a fellow. He was utterly without feeling. He was not a man at all. Yet when she came forth again at the end of some 5 minutes, she found him still lingering at the door. "Not gone yet?" she asked him superciliously. "I was waiting for you, mademoiselle. You will be walking to the inn, if I might escort you." "But what gallantry! What condescension!" "Perhaps you would prefer that I did not." "How could I prefer that, Monsieur Scaramouche? Besides, we are both going the same way, and the streets are common to all. It is that I am overwhelmed by the unusual honor." He looked into her piquant little face, and noted how obscured it was by its cloud of dignity. He laughed. "Perhaps I feared that the honor was not sought." "Ah, now I understand," she cried. "It is for me to seek these honors. I am to woo a man before he will pay me the homage of civility. It must be so, since you, who clearly know everything, have said so. It remains for me to beg your pardon for my ignorance." "It amuses you to be cruel," says Scaramouche. "No matter. Shall we walk?" They set out together, stepping briskly to warm their blood against the wintry evening air. A while they went in silence, yet each furtively observing the other. "And so, you find me cruel?" She challenged him at length, thereby betraying the fact that the accusation had struck home. He looked at her with a half-smile. "Will you deny it?" "You are the first man that ever accused me of that." "I dare not suppose myself the first man to whom you have been cruel. That were an assumption too flattering to myself. I must prefer to think that others suffered in silence." "Mon Dieu! Have you suffered?" She was between seriousness and raillery. "I placed the confession as an offering on the altar of your vanity." "I should never have suspected it." "How could you? Am I not what your father calls a natural actor? I was an actor long before I became Scaramouche. Therefore I have laughed. I often do when I'm hurt. When you were pleased to be disdainful, I acted disdain in my turn." "You acted very well," said she, without reflecting. "Of course, I am an excellent actor." "And why this sudden change?" "In response to the change in you. You have grown weary of your part of cruel madam. A dull part, believe me, and unworthy of your talents. Were I a woman, and had I your loveliness and your grace, Climene, I would disdain to use them as weapons of offense." "Loveliness and grace?" she echoed, feigning amused surprise. But the vain baggage was mollified. "When was it that you discovered this beauty and this grace, Monsieur Scaramouche?" He looked at her a moment, considering the sprightly beauty of her, the adorable femininity that from the first had so irresistibly attracted him. "One morning when I beheld you rehearsing a love scene with Leandre." He caught the surprise that leapt to her eyes before she veiled them under drooping lids from his questing gaze. "Why, that was the first time you saw me. I had no earlier occasion to remark your charms." "You ask me to believe too much," said she, but her tone was softer than he had ever known it yet. "Then you'll refuse to believe me if I confess that it was this grace and beauty that determined my destiny that day by urging me to join your father's troop." At that she became a little out of breath. There was no longer any question of finding an outlet for resentment. Resentment was all forgotten. "But why? With what object?" "With the object of asking you one day to be my wife." She halted under the shock of that, and swung round to face him. Her glance met his without shyness now. There was a hardening glitter in her eyes, a faint stir of colour in her cheeks. She suspected him of an unpardonable mockery. "You go very fast, don't you?" she asked him with heat. "I do. Haven't you observed it? I am a man of sudden impulses. See what I have made of the Binet troupe in less than a couple of months. Another might have laboured for a year and not achieved the half of it. Shall I be slower in love than in work? Would it be reasonable to expect it? I have curbed and repressed myself, not to scare you by precipitancy. In that I have done violence to my feelings, and more than all in using the same cold aloofness with which you chose to treat me. I have waited, oh, so patiently, until you should tire of that mood of cruelty." "You are an amazing man," said she, quite colourlessly. "I am," he agreed with her. "It is only the conviction that I am not commonplace that has permitted me to hope as I have hoped." Mechanically, and as if by tacit consent, they resumed their walk. "And I ask you to observe," he said, "when you complain that I go very fast, that, after all, I have so far asked you for nothing." "How?" quoth she, frowning. "I have merely told you of my hopes. I am not so rash as to ask at once whether I may realize them." "My faith, but that is prudent," said she, tartly. "Of course." It was his self-possession that exasperated her, for after that she walked the short remainder of the way in silence, and so, for the moment, the matter was left just there. But that night, after they had supped, it chanced that when Climene was about to retire, he and she were alone together in the room above stairs that her father kept exclusively for his company. The Binet troupe, you see, was rising in the world. As Climene now rose to withdraw for the night, Scaramouche rose with her to light her candle. Holding it in her left hand, she offered him her right, a long, tapering white hand at the end of a softly rounded arm that was bare to the elbow.
"Good night, Scaramouche," she said, but so softly, so tenderly, that he caught his breath, and stood conning her, his dark eyes aglow. Thus a moment. Then he took the tips of her fingers in his grasp, and bowing over the hand, pressed his lips upon it. Then he looked at her again. The intense femininity of her lured him on, invited him, surrendered to him. Her face was pale. There was a glitter in her eyes, a curious smile upon her parted lips, and under its fichu menteur her bosom rose and fell to complete the betrayal of her. By the hand he continued to hold, he drew her towards him. She came unresisting. He took the candle from her and set it down on the sideboard by which she stood. The next moment, her slight, lithe body was in his arms, and he was kissing her, murmuring her name as if it was a prayer. "Am I cruel now?" she asked him, panting. He kissed her again for only answer. "You made me cruel because you would not see," she told him next in a whisper. And then the door opened, and Monsieur Binet came in to have his paternal eyes regaled by this highly indecorous behaviour of his daughter. He stood at gaze, whilst they quite leisurely, and in a self-possession too complete to be natural, detached each from the other.
"And what may be the meaning of this?" demanded Monsieur Binet, bewildered and profoundly shocked.
"Does it require explaining?" asked Scaramouche. "Doesn't it speak for itself, eloquently? It means that Climene and I have taken it into our heads to be married."
"And doesn't it matter what I may take into my head?"
"Of course. But you could have neither the bad taste nor the bad heart to offer any obstacle."
"You take that for granted?" "Aye, that is your way, to be sure, to take things for granted. But my daughter is not to be taken for granted. I have very definite views for my daughter. You have done an unworthy thing, Scaramouche. You have betrayed my trust in you. I am very angry with you."
He rolled forward with his ponderous yet curiously noiseless gait. Scaramouche turned to her, smiling, and handed her the candle. "If you will leave us, Climene, I will ask your hand of your father in proper form." She vanished, a little fluttered, lovelier than ever in her mixture of confusion and timidity. Scaramouche closed the door and faced the enraged Monsieur Binet, who had flung himself into an armchair at the head of the short table. Faced him with the avowed purpose of asking for Climene's hand in proper form. And this was how he did it. "Father-in-law," said he, "I congratulate you. This will certainly mean the Comedie Francaise for Climene, and that before long, and you shall shine in the glory that she will reflect. As the father of Madame Scaramouche, you may yet be famous." Binet, his face slowly empurpling, glared at him in speechless stupefaction. His rage was the more utter from his humiliating conviction that whatever he might say or do, this irresistible fellow would bend him to his will. At last speech came to him.
"You're a damned corsair!"
he cried thickly, banging his ham-like fist upon the table.
A corsair! First you sail in and plunder me of half my legitimate gains, and now you want to carry off my daughter. But I'll be damned if I'll give her to a graceless, nameless scoundrel like you, for whom the gallows are waiting already."
Scaramouche pulled the bell rope, not at all discomposed. He smiled. There was a flush on his cheeks and a gleam in his eyes. He was very pleased with the world that night. He really owed a great debt to M. de Lesdiguières. "Binet," said he, "forget for once that you are Pantaloon, and behave as a nice, amiable father-in-law should behave when he has secured a son-in-law of exceptionable merits. We are going to have a bottle of Burgundy at my expense, and it shall be the best bottle of Burgundy to be found in Redon. Compose yourself to do fitting honour to it. Excitations of the bile invariably impair the fine sensitiveness of the palate." End of Book 2, Chapter 6. As read by Gordon Mackenzie. January 2007. Scaramouche, Book 2, Chapter 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 2, Chapter 7. The Conquest of Nantes. The Binet troupe opened in Nantes, as you may discover in surviving copies of the Courrier Nantais, on the Feast of the Purification, with Les Fourberies de Scaramouche. But they did not come to Nantes as hitherto they had gone to little country villages and townships, unheralded and depending entirely upon the parade of their entrance to attract attention to themselves. Andre-Louis had borrowed from the business methods of the Commedia Française, carrying matters with a high hand entirely in his own fashion. He had ordered at Redon the printing of playbills, and 4 days before the company's descent upon Nantes, these bills were pasted outside the Theatre Feydeau and elsewhere about the town, and had attracted, being still sufficiently unusual announcements at the time, considerable attention. He had entrusted the matter to one of the company's latest recruits, an intelligent young man named Basque, sending him on ahead of the company for the purpose. You may see for yourself one of these playbills in the Carnavalet Museum. It details the players by their stage names only, with the exception of Monsieur Binet and his daughter, leaving out of account that he who plays Trivelin in one piece appears as Tabarin in another. It makes the company appear to be at least half as numerous, again, as it really was. It announces that they will open with Les Fourberies de Scaramouche, to be followed by 5 other plays of which it gives the titles, and by others not named, which shall also be added, should the patronage to be received in the distinguished and enlightened city of Nantes encourage the Binet troupe to prolong its sojourn at the Theatre Feydeau. It lays great stress upon the fact that this is a company of improvisers in the old Italian manner, the like of which has not been seen in France for half a century, and it exhorts the public of Nantes not to miss this opportunity of witnessing these distinguished mimes who are reviving for them the glories of the Commedia dell'Arte. Their visit to Nantes, the announcement proceeds, is preliminary to their visit to Paris, where they intend to throw down the glove to the actors of the Comédie Française, and to show the world how superior is the art of the improviser to that of the actor, who depends upon an author for what he shall say, and who consequently says always the same thing every time that he plays in the same piece. It is an audacious bill, and its audacity had scared M. Binet out of the little sense left him by the Burgundy which in these days he could afford to abuse. He had offered the most vehement opposition. Part of this Andre-Louis had swept aside. Part he had disregarded. "I admit that it is audacious," said Scaramouche. "But at your time of life you should have learnt that in this world nothing succeeds like audacity."
"I forbid it! I absolutely forbid it!"
M. Binet insisted. "I knew you would, just as I know that you'll be very grateful to me presently for not obeying you."
"You are inviting a catastrophe!"
"I am inviting fortune. The worst catastrophe that can overtake you is to be back in the market halls of the country villages from which I rescued you. I'll have you in Paris yet, in spite of yourself. Leave this to me." And he went out to attend to the printing. Nor did his preparations end there. He wrote a piquant article on the glories of the Commedia dell'Arte, and its resurrection by the improvising troupe of the great mime Florimond Binet. Binet's name was not Florimond, it was just Pierre. But Andre-Louis had a great sense of theatre. That article was an amplification of the stimulating matter contained in the playbills, and he persuaded Basque, who had relations in Nantes, to use all the influence he could command and all the bribery they could afford to get that article printed in the Courrier Nantais a couple of days before the arrival of the Binet troupe. Basque had succeeded, and considering the undoubted literary merits and intrinsic interest of the article, this is not at all surprising. And so it was, upon an already expectant city, that Binet and his company descended in that first week of February. M. Binet would have made his entrance in the usual manner, a full-dress parade with banging drums and crashing cymbals. But to this Andre-Louis offered the most relentless opposition. "We should but discover our poverty," said he. "Instead, we will creep into the city unobserved, and leave ourselves to the imagination of the public." He had his way, of course. M. Binet, worn already with battling against the strong waters of this young man's will, was altogether unequal to the contest now that he found Climene in alliance with Scaramouche. Adding her insistence to his, and joining with him in reprobation of her father's sluggish and reactionary wits. Metaphorically, M. Binet threw up his arms, and cursing the day on which he had taken this young man into his troupe, he allowed the current to carry him whither it would. He was persuaded that he would be drowned in the end. Meanwhile, he would drown his vexation in Burgundy. At least there was abundance of Burgundy. Never in his life had he found Burgundy so plentiful. Perhaps things were not as bad as he imagined, after all. He reflected that when all was said, he had to thank Scaramouche for the Burgundy. Whilst fearing the worst, he would hope for the best. And it was very much the worst that he feared as he waited in the wings when the curtain rose on that first performance of theirs at the Theatre Feydeau, to a house that was tolerably filled by a public whose curiosity the preliminary announcements had thoroughly stimulated. Although the scenario of Les Fourberies de Scaramouche has not apparently survived, yet we know from Andre-Louis' confessions that it is opened by Polichinelle in the character of an arrogant and fiercely jealous lover, shown in the act of beguiling the waiting-maid, Columbine, to play the spy upon her mistress, Climene. Beginning with cajolery, but failing in this with the saucy Columbine, who likes cajolers to be at least attractive, and to pay a due deference to her own very piquant charms. The fierce, hump-backed scoundrel passes on to threats of the terrible vengeance he will wreak upon her if she betrays him or neglects to obey implicitly. Failing here, likewise, he finally has recourse to bribery, and after he has bled himself freely to the very expectant Columbine, he succeeds by these means in obtaining her consent to spy upon Climene, and to report to him upon her lady's conduct. The pair played the scene well together, stimulated perhaps by their very nervousness at finding themselves before so imposing an audience. Polichinelle was everything that is fierce, contemptuous, and insistent. Columbine was the essence of pert indifference under his cajolery, saucily mocking under his threats, and finally sly in extorting the very maximum when it came to accepting a bribe. Laughter rippled through the audience and promised well. But M. Binet, standing trembling in the wings, missed the great guffaws of the rustic spectators to whom he had played hitherto, and his fears steadily mounted. Then, scarcely was Polichinelle departed by the door, than Scaramouche bounds in through the window. It was an effective entrance, usually performed with broad comic effect, that set the people in a roar. Not so on this occasion. Meditating in bed that morning, Scaramouche had decided to present himself in a totally different aspect. He would cut out all the broad play, all the usual clowning which had delighted their past rude audiences, and he would obtain his effects by subtlety instead. He would present a slyly humorous rogue, restrained, and of a certain dignity, wearing a countenance of complete solemnity, speaking his lines dryly, as if unconscious of the humour with which he intended to invest them. Thus, though it might take the audience longer to understand and discover him, they would like him all the better in the end. True to that resolve, he now played his part as the friend and hired ally of the love-sick Leandre, on whose behalf he came for news of Climene, seizing the opportunity to further his own amour with Columbine, and his designs upon the money-bags of Pantaloon. Also, he had taken certain liberties with the traditional costume of Scaramouche. He had caused the black doublet and breeches to be slashed with red, and the doublet to be cut more to a peak, à la Henri III. The conventional black velvet cap he had replaced by a conical hat with a turned-up brim and a tuft of feathers on the left, and he had discarded the guitar. M. Binet listened desperately for the roar of laughter that usually greeted the entrance of Scaramouche, and his dismay increased when it did not come. And then he became conscious of something alarmingly unusual in Scaramouche's manner. The sibilant foreign accent was there, but none of the broad boisterousness their audiences had loved. He wrung his hands in despair. "It's all over," he said. "The fellow has ruined us. It serves me right for being a fool and allowing him to take control of everything." But he was profoundly mistaken. He began to have an inkling of this when presently himself he took the stage and found the public attentive, remarked a grin of quiet appreciation on every upturned face. It was not, however, until the thunders of applause greeted the fall of the curtain on the first act that he felt quite sure they would be allowed to escape with their lives. Had the part of Pantaloon in Les Fourberies been other than that of a blundering, timid old idiot, Binet would have ruined it by his apprehensions. As it was, those very apprehensions, magnifying as they did the hesitancy and bewilderment that were the essence of his part, contributed to the success. And a success it proved that more than justified all the heralding of which Scaramouche had been guilty. For Scaramouche himself, this success was not confined to the public. At the end of the play, a great reception awaited him from his companions assembled in the green room of the theatre. His talent, resource, and energy had raised them in a few weeks from a pack of vagrant mountebanks to a self-respecting company of first-rate players. They acknowledged it generously in a speech entrusted to Polichinelle, adding the tribute to his genius that, as they had conquered Nantes, so would they conquer the world under his guidance. In their enthusiasm, they were a little neglectful of the feelings of M. Binet. Irritated enough had he been already by the overriding of his every wish, by the consciousness of his weakness when opposed to Scaramouche. And although he had suffered the gradual process of usurpation of authority, because its every step had been attended by his own greater profit, deep down in him the resentment abode to stifle every spark of that gratitude due from him to his partner. Tonight his nerves had been on the rack, and he had suffered agonies of apprehension, for all of which he blamed Scaramouche so bitterly that not even the ultimate success, almost miraculous when all the elements are considered, could justify his partner in his eyes. And now, to find himself, in addition, ignored by this company, his own company, which he had so laboriously and slowly assembled and selected among the men of ability whom he had found here and there in the dregs of cities, was something that stirred his bile and aroused the malevolence that never did more than slumber in him. But deeply though his rage was moved, it did not blind him to the folly of betraying it. Yet that he should assert himself in this hour was imperative, unless he were forever to become a thing of no account in this troop over which he had lorded it for long months before this interloper came amongst them to fill his purse and destroy his authority. So he stepped forward now, when Polichinelle had done, his make-up assisting him to mask his bitter feelings. He professed to add his own to Polichinelle's acclamation of his dear partner. But he did it in such a manner as to make it clear that what Scaramouche had done, he had done by M. Binet's favour, and that in all M. Binet's had been the guiding hand. In associating himself with Polichinelle, he desired to thank Scaramouche much in the manner of a lord, rendering thanks to his steward for services diligently rendered and orders scrupulously carried out. It neither deceived the troop nor mollified himself. Indeed, his consciousness of the mockery of it but increased his bitterness. But at least it saved his face and rescued him from nullity, he who was their chief. To say, as I have said, that it did not deceive them is perhaps to say too much, for it deceived them at least on the score of his feelings. They believed, after discounting the insinuations in which he took all the credit to himself, that at heart he was filled with gratitude, as they were. That belief was shared by Andre-Louis himself, who in his brief, grateful answer was very generous to M. Binet, more than endorsing the claims that M. Binet had made. And then followed from him the announcement that their success in Nantes was the sweeter to him because it rendered almost immediately attainable the dearest wish of his heart, which was to make Climene his wife. It was a felicity of which he was the first to acknowledge his utter unworthiness. It was to bring him into still closer relations with his good friend M. Binet, to whom he owed all that he had achieved for himself and for them.
The announcement was joyously received, for the world of the theatre loves a lover as dearly as does the greater world. So they acclaimed the happy pair, with the exception of poor Leandre, whose eyes were more melancholy than ever. They were a happy family that night, in the upstairs room of their inn on the Quai Les Fosses, the same inn from which Andre-Louis had set out some weeks ago to play a vastly different role before an audience of Nantes. Yet was it so different, he wondered? Had he not then been a sort of Scaramouche, an intriguer, glib and specious, deceiving folk, cynically misleading them with opinions that were not really his own? Was it at all surprising that he should have made so rapid and signal a success as a mime? Was not this really all that he had ever been, the thing for which nature had designed him? On the following night they played The Shy Lover to a full house, the fame of their debut having gone abroad, and the success of Monday was confirmed. On Wednesday they gave Figaro Scaramouche, and on Thursday morning the Courrier Nantais came out with an article of more than a column of praise of these brilliant improvisers, for whom it claimed that they utterly put to shame the mere reciters of memorized parts. Andre-Louis, reading the sheet at breakfast and having no delusions on the score of the falseness of that statement, laughed inwardly. The novelty of the thing and the pretentiousness in which he had swaddled it had deceived them finely. He turned to greet Binet and Climene, who entered at that moment. He waved the sheet above his head. "It is settled," he announced. "We stay in Nantes until Easter." "Do we?" said Binet sourly. "You settle everything, my friend." "Read for yourself." And he handed him the paper. Moodily, Monsieur Binet read. He set the sheet down in silence and turned his attention to his breakfast. "Was I justified or not?" quoth Andre-Louis, who found Monsieur Binet's behaviour a thought intriguing. "In what?" "In coming to Nantes." "If I had not thought so, we should not have come," said Binet, and he began to eat. Andre-Louis dropped the subject, wondering. After breakfast, he and Climene sallied forth to take the air upon the quays. It was a day of brilliant sunshine, and less cold than it had lately been. Columbine tactlessly joined them as they were setting out, though in this respect matters were improved a little when Harlequin came running after them and attached himself to Columbine. Andre-Louis, stepping out ahead with Climene, spoke of the thing that was uppermost in his mind at the moment. "Your father is behaving very oddly towards me," said he. "It is almost as if he had suddenly become hostile." "You imagine it," said she. "My father is very grateful to you, as we all are." "He is anything but grateful. He is infuriated against me. And I think I know the reason. Don't you? Can't you guess?" "I can't, indeed." "If you were my daughter, Climene, which God be thanked you are not, I should feel aggrieved against the man who carried you away from me. Poor old Pantaloon. He called me a corsair when I told him that I intend to marry you." "He was right. You are a bold robber, Scaramouche." "It is in the character," said he. "Your father believes in having his mimes play upon the stage the parts that suit their natural temperaments." "Yes, you take everything you want, don't you?" She looked up at him, half adoringly, half shyly. "If it is possible," said he. "I took his consent to our marriage by main force from him. I never waited for him to give it. When, in fact, he refused it, I just snatched it from him. And I'll defy him now to win it back from me. I think that is what he most resents."
She laughed and launched upon an animated answer, but he did not hear a word of it. Through the bustle of traffic on the quay, a cabriolet, the upper half of which was almost entirely made of glass, had approached them. It was drawn by two magnificent bay horses and driven by a superbly livened coachman. In the cabriolet alone sat a slight young girl wrapped in a lynx fur pelisse, her face of a delicate loveliness. She was leaning forward, her lips parted, her eyes devouring Scaramouche until they drew his gaze. When that happened, the shock of it brought him abruptly to a dumbfounded halt. Climene, checking in the middle of a sentence, arrested by his own sudden stopping, plucked at his sleeve. "What is it, Scaramouche?" But he made no attempt to answer her, and at that moment the coachman to whom the little lady had already signalled brought the carriage to a standstill beside them. Seen in the gorgeous setting of that coach, with its escutcheoned panels, its portly coachman, and its white-stockinged footman, who swung instantly to earth as the vehicle stopped, its dainty occupant seemed to Climene a princess out of a fairy tale. And this princess leaned forward with eyes aglow and cheeks aflush, stretched out a choicely gloved hand to Scaramouche. "Andre-Louis!" she called him. And Scaramouche took the hand of that exalted being, just as he might have taken the hand of Climene herself, and with eyes that reflected the gladness of her own, and a voice that echoed the joyous surprise of hers, he addressed her familiarly by name, just as she had addressed him. "Aline!" End of Book 2, Chapter 7. As read by Gordon Mackenzie. January 2007.
Scaramouche. Book 2, Chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 2, Chapter 8. The Dream. "The door," Aline commanded her footman, and "Mount here beside me," she commanded Andre-Louis in the same breath. "A moment, Aline." He turned to his companion, who was all amazement, and to Harlequin and Columbine, whom had that moment come up to share it. "You permit me, Climene," said he breathlessly, but it was more a statement than a question. "Fortunately, you are not alone. Harlequin will take care of you. Au revoir. At dinner." With that, he sprang into the cabriolet without waiting for a reply. The footman closed the door, the coachman cracked his whip, and the regal equipage rolled away along the quay, leaving the three comedians staring after it open-mouthed. Then Harlequin laughed. "A prince in disguise, our Scaramouche," said he. Columbine clapped her hands and flashed her strong teeth. "But what a romance for you, Climene! How wonderful!" The frown melted from Climene's brow. Resentment changed to bewilderment. "But who is she?" "His sister, of course," said Harlequin, quite definitely. "His sister? How do you know?" "I know what he will tell you on his return." "But why?" "Because you wouldn't believe him if he said she was his mother." Following the carriage with their glance, they wandered on in the direction it had taken. And in the carriage, Aline was considering Andre-Louis with grave eyes, lips slightly compressed and a tiny frown between her finely drawn eyebrows. "You've taken to queer company, Andre," was the first thing she said to him. "Or else I am mistaken in thinking that your companion was Mademoiselle Binet of the Theatre Feydeau." "You are not mistaken, but I had not imagined Mademoiselle Binet so famous already." "Oh, as to that..." Mademoiselle shrugged, her tone quietly scornful, and she explained. "It is simply that I was at the play last night. I thought I recognized her." "You were at the Feydeau last night? And I never saw you. Were you there, too?" "Was I there?" he cried. And then he checked, and abruptly changed his tone. "Oh, yes, I was there," he said, as commonplace as he could, beset by a sudden reluctance to avow that he had so willingly descended to the depths that she must account unworthy, and grateful that his disguise of face and voice should have proved impenetrable even to one who knew him so very well. "I understand," said she, and compressed her lips a little more tightly. "But what do you understand?" "The rare attractions of Mademoiselle Binet. Naturally, you would be at the theatre. Your tone conveyed it very clearly. Do you know that you disappoint me, Andre? It is stupid of me, perhaps. It betrays, I suppose, my imperfect knowledge of your sex. I am aware that most young men of fashion find an irresistible attraction for creatures who parade themselves upon the stage, but I did not expect you to ape the ways of a man of fashion. I was foolish enough to imagine you to be different, rather above such trivial pursuits. I conceived you something of an idealist." "Sheer flattery." "So I perceive. But you misled me. You talked so much morality of a kind, you made philosophy so readily, that I came to be deceived. In fact, your hypocrisy was so consummate that I never suspected it. With your gift of acting, I wonder that you haven't joined Mademoiselle Binet's troupe." "I have," said he. It had really become necessary to tell her, making choice of the lesser of the two evils with which she confronted him. He saw first incredulity, then consternation, and lastly, disgust overspread her face. "Of course," said she, after a long pause. "That would have the advantage of bringing you closer to your charmer." That was only one of the inducements. There was another. Finding myself forced to choose between the stage and the gallows, I had the incredible weakness to prefer the former. It was utterly unworthy of a man of my lofty ideals, but what would you? Like other ideologists, I find it easier to preach than to practice. Shall I stop the carriage and remove the contamination of my disgusting person, or shall I tell you how it happened?" "Tell me how it happened first. Then we will decide." He told her how he met the Binet troupe, and how the men of the Marechaussee forced upon him the discovery that in its bosom he could lie safely lost until the hue and cry had died down. The explanation dissolved her iciness. "My poor Andre! Why didn't you tell me this at first?" "For one thing, you didn't give me time. For another, I feared to shock you with the spectacle of my degradation." She took him seriously. "But where was the need of it? Why did you not send us word, as I required you, of your whereabouts?" "I was thinking of it only yesterday. I have hesitated for several reasons." "You thought it would offend us to know what you were doing?" "I think that I preferred to surprise you by the magnitude of my ultimate achievements." "Oh, you are to become a great actor?" She was frankly scornful. "That is not impossible. But I am more concerned to become a great author. There is no reason why you should sniff. The calling is an honourable one. All the world is proud to know such men as Beaumarchais and Chenier.
And you hope to equal them?
I hope to surpass them, whilst acknowledging that it was they who taught me how to walk. What did you think of the play last night?
It was amusing and well conceived.
Let me present you to the author.
You?
But the company is one of improvisers. Even improvisers require an author to write their scenarios. That is all I write at present. Soon I shall be writing plays in the modern manner.
You deceive yourself, my poor Andre.
The piece last night would have been nothing without the players. You are fortunate in your Scaramouche. In confidence, I present you to him.
You! Scaramouche! You!
She turned to regard him fully. He smiled his close-lipped smile that made wrinkles like gashes in his cheeks. He nodded.
And I didn't recognize you.
I thank you for the tribute. You imagined, of course, that I was a scene-shifter. And now that you know all about me, what of Gavrillac? What of my godfather? He was well, she told him, and still profoundly indignant with Andre-Louis for his defection, whilst secretly concerned on his behalf.
I shall write him today that I have seen you.
Do so. Tell him that I am well and prospering. But say no more. Do not tell him what I am doing. He has his prejudices, too. Besides, it might not be prudent. And now the question I have been burning to ask ever since I entered your carriage. Why are you in Nantes, Aline?
I am on a visit to my aunt, Madame de Sautron.
It was with her that I came to the play yesterday. We have been dull at the chateau, but it will be different now. Madame, my aunt, is receiving several guests today. Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr is to be one of them. Andre-Louis frowned and sighed.
Did you ever hear, Aline, how poor Philippe de Vilmorin came by his end?
Yes. I was told, first by my uncle, then by Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr himself. Did not that help you to decide this marriage question? How could it? You forget that I am but a woman. You don't expect me to judge between men in matters such as these. Why not? You are well able to do so. The more since you have heard two sides. For my godfather would tell you the truth. If you cannot judge, it is that you do not wish to judge. His tone became harsh. Willfully you close your eyes to justice that might check the course of your unhealthy, unnatural ambition.
Excellent,
she exclaimed, and considered him with amusement and something else.
Do you know that you are almost droll? You rise, unblushing from the dregs of life in which I find you, and shake off the arm of that theatre girl to come and preach to me. If these were the dregs of life, I might still speak from them to counsel you out of my respect and devotion, Aline. He was very stiff and stern. But they are not the dregs of life. Honor and virtue are possible to a theatre girl. They are impossible to a lady who sells herself to gratify ambition, who, for position, riches, and a great title, barters herself in marriage. She looked at him breathlessly. Anger turned her pale. She reached for the cord. I think I had better let you alight, so that you may go back to practice virtue and honor with your theatre wench. You shall not speak so of her, Aline. Faith! Now we are to have heat on her behalf. You think I am too delicate? You think I should speak of her as a
If you must speak of her at all," he interrupted hotly, "you'll speak of her as my wife." Amazement smothered her anger. Her pallor deepened. "My God!" she said, and looked at him in horror. And in horror she asked him presently, "You are married? Married to that..." "Not yet. But I shall be, soon. And let me tell you that this girl whom you visit with your ignorant contempt is as good and pure as you are, Aline. She has wit and talent which have placed her where she is, and shall carry her a deal farther. And she has the womanliness to be guided by natural instincts in the selection of her mate." She was trembling with passion. She tugged the cord. "You will descend this instant," she told him fiercely. "That you should dare to make a comparison between me and that..." "And my wife-to-be?" he interrupted before she could speak the infamous word. He opened the door for himself without waiting for the footman and leapt down. "My compliments," said he, furiously, "to the assassin you are to marry." He slammed the door. "Drive on," he bade the coachman. The carriage rolled away up the Faubourg Gigan, leaving him standing where he had alighted, quivering with rage. Gradually, as he walked back to the inn, his anger cooled. Gradually, as he cooled, he perceived her point of view, and in the end forgave her. It was not her fault that she thought as she thought. Her rearing had been such as to make her look upon every actress as a trull, just as it had qualified her calmly to consider the monstrous marriage of convenience into which she was invited. He got back to the inn to find the company at table. Silence fell when he entered, so suddenly that of necessity it must be supposed he was himself the subject of the conversation. Harlequin and Columbine had spread the tale of this prince in disguise, caught up into the chariot of a princess and carried off by her, and it was a tale that had lost nothing in the telling. Climene had been silent and thoughtful, pondering what Columbine had called this romance of hers. Clearly, her Scaramouche must be vastly other than he had hitherto appeared, or else that great lady and he would never have used such familiarity with each other. Imagining him no better than she was, Climene had made him her own, and now she was to receive the reward of disinterested affection. Even old Binet's secret hostility towards Andre-Louis melted before this astounding revelation. He had pinched his daughter's ear quite playfully. Ah! Trust you to have penetrated his disguise, my child." She sank resentfully from that implication. "But I did not. I took him for what he seemed." Her father winked at her very solemnly and laughed. "To be sure you did. But, like your father, who was once a gentleman, and knows the ways of gentlemen, you detected in him a subtle something different from those with whom misfortune has compelled you hitherto to herd. You knew as well as I did that he never caught that trick of haughtiness, that grand air of command in a lawyer's musty office, and that his speech had hardly the ring or his thoughts the complexion of the bourgeois that he pretended to be. And it was shrewd of you to have made him yours. Do you know that I shall be very proud of you yet, Climene?" She moved away without answering. Her father's oiliness offended her.
Scaramouche was clearly a great gentleman. An eccentric, if you please, but a man born. And she was to be his lady. Her father must learn to treat her differently. She looked shyly, with a new shyness, at her lover when he came into the room where they were dining. She observed for the first time that proud carriage of the head, with the chin thrust forward. That was a trick of his, and she noticed with what a grace he moved. The grace of one who in youth has had his dancing masters and fencing masters. It almost hurt her when he flung himself into a chair and exchanged a quip with Harlequin in the usual manner, as with an equal. And it offended her still more that Harlequin, knowing what he now knew, should use him with the same unbecoming familiarity. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. As read by Gordon Mackenzie. January 2007. Scaramouche. Book 2, Chapter 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche. A Romance of the French Revolution. By Rafael Sabatini. Book 2, Chapter 9. The Awakening. "Do you know," said Clement, "that I am waiting for the explanation which I think you owe me?" They were alone together, lingering still at the table to which Andre-Louis had come belatedly. And Andre-Louis was loading himself a pipe. Of late, since joining the Binet troupe, he had acquired the habit of smoking. The others had gone, some to take the air, and others, like Binet and Madame, because they felt that it were discreet to leave those two to the explanations that must pass. It was a feeling that Andre-Louis did not share. He kindled a light and leisurely applied it to his pipe. A frown came to settle on his brow. "Explanation?" he questioned presently, and looked at her. "But on what score?" "On the score of the deception you have practiced on us, on me." "I have practiced none," he assured her. "You mean that you have simply kept your own counsel, and that in silence there is no deception. But it is deceitful to withhold facts concerning yourself and your true station from your future wife. You should not have pretended to be a simple country lawyer, which, of course, anyone could see that you are not. It may have been very romantic, but... Enfin, will you explain?" "I see," he said, and pulled at his pipe. "But you are wrong, Clement. I have practiced no deception. If there are things about me that I have not told you, it is that I did not account them of much importance. But I have never deceived you by pretending to be other than I am. I am neither more nor less than I have represented myself." This persistence began to annoy her, and the annoyance showed on her winsome face, colored her voice. "Ha! And that fine lady of the nobility with whom you are so intimate, who carried you off in her cabriolet with so little ceremony towards myself, what is she to you?" "A sort of sister," said he. "A sort of sister!" She was indignant. "Harlequin foretold that you would say so, but he was amusing himself. It was not very funny. It is less funny still from you. She has a name, I suppose, this sort of sister?" "Certainly she has a name. She is Mademoiselle Aline de Kercadiou. the niece of Quentin de Kercadiou, Lord of Gavrillac.
Oh ho! That's a sufficiently fine name for your sort of sister. What sort of sister, my friend? For the first time in their relationship, he observed and deplored the taint of vulgarity, of shrewishness in her manner. It would have been more accurate in me to have said a sort of reputed left-handed cousin. A reputed left-handed cousin? And what sort of relationship may that be? Faith, you dazzle me with your lucidity. It requires to be explained. That is what I have been telling you, but you seem very reluctant with your explanations. Oh, no. It is only that they are so unimportant. But be you the judge. Her uncle, Monsieur de Kercadiou, is my godfather, and she and I have been playmates from infancy as a consequence. It is popularly believed in Gavrillac that Monsieur de Kercadiou is my father. He has certainly cared for my rearing from my tenderest years, and it is entirely owing to him that I was educated at Louis-le-Grand. I owe to him everything I have, or rather, everything that I had. For of my own free will, I have cut myself adrift, and today I possess nothing save what I can earn for myself in the theatre or elsewhere. She sat stunned and pale under that cruel blow to her swelling pride. Had he told her this but yesterday, it would have made no impression upon her. It would have mattered not at all. The event of today, coming as a sequel, would but have enhanced him in her eyes. But coming now, after her imagination had woven for him so magnificent a background, after the rashly assumed discovery of his splendid identity had made her the envied of all the company, after having been in her own eyes and theirs enshrined by marriage with him as a great lady, this disclosure crushed and humiliated her. Her prince in disguise was merely the outcast bastard of a country gentleman. She would be the laughing-stock of every member of her father's troop, of all those who had so lately envied her this romantic good fortune. "You should have told me this before," she said in a dull voice that she strove to render steady. "Perhaps I should. But does it really matter?" "Matter?" She suppressed her fury to ask another question. "You say that this Monsieur de Kercadiou is popularly believed to be your father. What precisely do you mean?" "Just that. It is a belief that I do not share. It is a matter of instinct, perhaps, with me. Moreover, once I asked Monsieur de Kercadiou point blank, and I received from him a denial. It is not, perhaps, a denial to which one would attach too much importance in all the circumstances. Yet I have never known Monsieur de Kercadiou for other than a man of strictest honour, and I should hesitate to disbelieve him, particularly when his statement leaps with my own instincts. He assured me that he did not know who my father was." "And your mother? Was she equally ignorant?" She was sneering, but he did not remark it. Her back was to the light. He would not disclose her name to me. He confessed her to be a dear friend of his. She startled him by laughing, and her laugh was not pleasant. "A very dear friend, you may be sure. You simpleton! What name do you bear?" He restrained his own rising indignation to answer her questions calmly. "Moreau. It was given me, so I am told, from the Brittany village in which I was born. But I have no claim to it.
In fact, I have no name, unless it be Scaramouche, to which I have earned a title. So that you see, my dear," he ended with a smile, "I have practiced no deception whatever. No, I see that now." She laughed without mirth, then drew a deep breath and rose. "I am very tired," she said. He was on his feet in an instant, all solicitude. But she waved him wearily back. "I think I will rest until it is time to go to the theatre." She moved towards the door, dragging her feet a little. He sprang to open it, and she passed out, without looking at him. Her so brief romantic dream was ended. The glorious world of fancy which in the last hour she had built with such elaborate detail, over which it should be her exalted destiny to rule, lay shattered about her feet. Its debris so many stumbling blocks that prevented her from winning back to her erstwhile content in Scaramouche, as he really was. Andre-Louis sat in the window embrasure, smoking and looking idly out across the river. He was intrigued and meditative. He had shocked her. The fact was clear. Not so the reason. That he should confess himself nameless should not particularly injure him in the eyes of a girl reared amid the surroundings that had been Climene's. And yet that his confession had so injured him was fully apparent. There, still at his brooding, the returning Columbine discovered him a half-hour later. "All alone, my prince," was her laughing greeting, which suddenly threw light upon his mental darkness. Climene had been disappointed of hopes that the wild imagination of these players had suddenly erected upon the incident of his meeting with Aline. Poor child. He smiled whimsically at Columbine. "I am likely to be so for some little time," said he, "until it becomes a commonplace that I am not, after all, a prince." "Not a prince? Oh, but a duke, then. At least a marquis." "Not even a chevalier, unless it be of the order of fortune. I am just Scaramouche. My castles are all in Spain." Disappointment clouded the lively, good-natured face. "And I had imagined you..." "I know," he interrupted. "That is the mischief." He might have gauged the extent of that mischief by Climene's conduct that evening towards the gentlemen of fashion who clustered now in the green room between the acts to pay their homage to the incomparable amoureuse. Hitherto she had received them with a circumspection compelling respect. Tonight she was recklessly gay, impudent, almost wanton. He spoke of it gently to her as they walked home together, counselling more prudence in the future. "We are not married yet," she told him tartly. "Wait until then before you criticize my conduct." "I trust that there will be no occasion then," said he. "You trust? Ah, yes. You are very trusting." "Climene, I have offended you. I am sorry." "It is nothing," said she. "You are what you are." Still was he not concerned. He perceived the source of her ill-humour, understood, whilst deploring it, and because he understood, forgave. He perceived also that her ill-humour was shared by her father, and by this he was frankly amused. Towards Monsieur Binet, a tolerant contempt was the only feeling that complete acquaintance could beget. As for the rest of the company, they were disposed to be very kindly towards Scaramouche. It was almost as if in reality he had fallen from the high estate to which their own imaginations had raised him. Or possibly it was because they saw the effect which that fall from his temporary and fictitious elevation had produced upon Climene. Leandre alone made himself an exception. His habitual melancholy seemed to be dispelled at last, and his eyes gleamed now with malicious satisfaction when they rested upon Scaramouche, whom occasionally he continued to address with sly mockery as "Mon prince." On the morrow, Andre-Louis saw but little of Climene. This was not in itself extraordinary, for he was very hard at work again, with preparations now for Figaro's Scaramouche, which was to be played on Saturday. Also, in addition to his manifold theatrical occupations, he now devoted an hour every morning to the study of fencing in an academy of arms. This was done not only to repair an omission in his education, but also, and chiefly, to give him added grace and poise upon the stage. He found his mind that morning distracted by thoughts of both Climene and Aline. And oddly enough, it was Aline who provided the deeper perturbation. Climene's attitude he regarded as a passing phase which need not seriously engage him. But the thought of Aline's conduct towards him kept rankling, and still more deeply rankled the thought of her possible betrothal to Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr. This it was that brought forcibly to his mind the self-imposed, but by now half-forgotten mission that he had made his own. He had boasted that he would make the voice which Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr had sought to silence ring through the length and breadth of the land. And what had he done of all this that he had boasted? He had incited the mob of Rennes and the mob of Nantes in such terms as poor Philippe might have employed. And then, because of a hue and cry, he had fled like a cur, and taken shelter in the first kennel that offered, there to lie quiet and devote himself to other things, self-seeking things. What a fine contrast between the promise and the fulfillment. Thus Andre-Louis to himself in his self-contempt. And whilst he trifled away his time and played Scaramouche, and centred all his hopes in presently becoming the rival of such men as Chenier and Mercier, Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr went his proud ways unchallenged and wrought his will. It was idle to tell himself that the seed he had sown was bearing fruit, that the demands he had voiced in Nantes for the Third Estate had been granted by M. Necker, thanks largely to the commotion which his anonymous speech had made. That was not his concern or his mission. It was no part of his concern to set about the regeneration of mankind or even the regeneration of the social structure of France. His concern was to see that Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr paid to the utmost liard for the brutal wrong he had done Philippe de Vilmorin. And it did not increase his self-respect to find that the danger in which Aline stood of being married to the Marquis was the real spur to his rancour and to remembrance of his vow. He was, too unjustly perhaps, disposed to dismiss as mere sophistries his own arguments that there was nothing he could do. That, in fact, he had but to show his head to find himself going to Rennes under arrest and making his final exit from the world stage by way of the gallows. It is impossible to read that part of his confessions without feeling a certain pity for him. You realize what must have been his state of mind.
You realize what a prey he was to emotions so conflicting. And if you have the imagination that will enable you to put yourself in his place, you will also realize how impossible was any decision save the one to which he says he came. That he would move at the first moment that he perceived in what direction it would serve his real aims to move. It happened that the first person he saw when he took the stage on that Thursday evening was Aline. The second was the Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr. They occupied a box on the right of and immediately above the stage. There were others with them, notably a thin, elderly, resplendent lady whom Andre-Louis supposed to be Madame la Comtesse de Sautron. But at the time he had no eyes for any but those two, who of late had so haunted his thoughts. The sight of either of them would have been sufficiently disconcerting. The sight of both of them together very nearly made him forget the purpose for which he had come upon the stage. Then he pulled himself together and played. He played, he says, with an unusual nerve, and never in all that brief but eventful career of his was he more applauded. That was the evening's first shock. The next came after the second act. Entering the green room, he found it more thronged than usual, and at the far end with Climene, over whom he was bending from his fine height, his eyes intent upon her face, what time his smiling lips moved in talk, Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr. He had her entirely to himself, a privilege none of the men of fashion who were in the habit of visiting the coulisses had yet enjoyed. Those lesser gentlemen had all withdrawn before the Marquis, as jackals withdraw before the lion. Andre stared a moment, stricken. Then, recovering from his surprise, he became critical in his study of the Marquis. He considered the beauty and grace and splendor of him, his courtly air, his complete and unshakable self-possession. But more than all, he considered the expression of the dark eyes that were devouring Climene's lovely face, and his own lips tightened. Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr never heeded him or his stare, nor, had he done so, would he have known who it was that looked at him from behind the make-up of Scaramouche. Nor, again, had he known, would he have been in the least troubled or concerned. Andre-Louis sat down apart, his mind in turmoil. Presently he found a mincing young gentleman addressing him, and made shift to answer as was expected. Climene having been thus sequestered, and Columbine being already thickly besieged by gallants, the lesser visitors had to contend themselves with Madame and the male members of the troupe. M. Binet, indeed, was the centre of a gay cluster that shook with laughter at his sallies. He seemed of a sudden to have emerged from the gloom of the last 2 days into a high good humour. And Scaramouche observed how persistently his eyes kept flickering upon his daughter and her splendid courtier. That night there were high words between Andre-Louis and Climene. The high words proceeding from Climene. When Andre-Louis again and more insistently enjoined prudence upon his betrothed, and begged her to beware how far she encouraged the advances of such a man as Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr, she became roundly abusive. She shocked and stunned him by her virulently shrewish tone, and her still more unexpected force of invective. He sought to reason with her, and finally she came to certain terms with him. "If you have become betrothed to me simply to stand as an obstacle in my path, the sooner we make an end, the better." "You do not love me, then, Climene?" "Love has nothing to do with it. I'll not tolerate your insensate jealousy. A girl in the theatre must make it her business to accept homage from all." "Agreed. And there is no harm, provided she gives nothing in exchange." White-faced, with flaming eyes, she turned on him at that. "Now, what exactly do you mean?" "My meaning is clear. A girl in your position may receive all the homage that is offered, provided she receives it with a dignified aloofness, implying clearly that she has no favors to bestow in return beyond the favor of her smile. If she is wise, she will see to it that the homage is always offered collectively by her admirers, and that no single one amongst them shall ever have the privilege of approaching her alone. If she is wise, she will give no encouragement, nourish no hopes that it may afterwards be beyond her power to deny realization." "How? You dare!" "I know my world, and I know Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr," he answered her. "He is a man without charity, without humanity almost. A man who takes what he wants wherever he finds it, and whether it is given willingly or not. A man who reckons nothing of the misery he scatters on his self-indulgent way. A man whose only law is force. Ponder it, Climene, and ask yourself if I do you less than honor in warning you." He went out on that, feeling a degradation in continuing the subject. The days that followed were unhappy days for him, and for at least one other. That other was Leandre, who was cast into the profoundest dejection by M. de La Tour d'Azyr's assiduous attendance upon Climene. The Marquis was to be seen at every performance. A box was perpetually reserved for him, and invariably he came either alone or else with his cousin, M. de Chabrillane. On Tuesday of the following week, Andre-Louis went out alone early in the morning. He was out of temper, fretted by an overwhelming sense of humiliation, and he hoped to clear his mind by walking. In turning the corner of the Place de Bouffay, he ran into a slightly built, sallow-complexioned gentleman, very neatly dressed in black, wearing a tie wig under a round hat. The man fell back at sight of him, levelling a spyglass, then hailed him in a voice that rang with amazement.
"Moreau! Where the devil have you been hiding yourself these months?"
It was Le Chapelier, the lawyer, the leader of the literary chamber of Rennes. "Behind the skirts of Thespis," said Scaramouche.
"I don't understand."
"I didn't intend that you should. What of yourself, Isaac? And what of the world, which seems to have been standing still of late?"
"Standing still?"
The Chapelier laughed. "But where have you been, then? Standing still?" He pointed across the square to a café under the shadow of the gloomy prison. "Let us go and drink a Bavaroise. You are, of all men, the man we want, the man we have been seeking everywhere, and behold, you drop from the skies into my path." They crossed the square and entered the café.
So you think the world has been standing still, Dieu de Dieu? I suppose you haven't heard of the royal order for the convocation of the States General, or the terms of them, that we are to have what we demanded, that you demanded for us here in Nantes. You haven't heard that the order has gone forth for the primary elections, the elections of the electors. You haven't heard of the fresh uproar in Rennes last month. The order was that the three estates should sit together at the State General of the bailliage. But in the bailliage of Rennes, the nobles must ever be recalcitrant. They took up arms, actually. 600 of them, with their valetaille, headed by your old friend, Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr. And they were for slashing us, the members of the Third Estate, into ribbons, so as to put an end to our insolence. He laughed delicately. But by God, we showed them that we too could take up arms. It was what you yourself advocated here in Nantes last November. We fought them, a pitched battle in the streets under the leadership of your namesake, Moreau, the provost, and we so peppered them that they were glad to take shelter in the Cordelier convent. That is the end of their resistance to the royal authority and the people's will. He ran on at great speed, detailing the events that had taken place, and finally came to the matter which had, he announced, been causing him to hunt for Andre-Louis until he had all but despaired of finding him. Nantes was sending 50 delegates to the Assembly of Rennes, which was to select the deputies to the Third Estate and edit their cahier of grievances. Rennes itself was being as fully represented, whilst such villages as Gavrillac were sending 2 delegates for every 200 hearths or less. Each of these 3 had clamoured that Andre-Louis Moreau should be one of its delegates. Gavrillac wanted him because he belonged to the village, and it was known there what sacrifices he had made in the popular cause. Rennes wanted him because it had heard his spirited address on the day of the shooting of the students. And Nantes, to whom his identity was unknown, asked for him as the speaker who had addressed them under the name of Omnes Omnibus, and who had framed for them the memorial that was believed so largely to have influenced M. Necker in formulating the terms of the convocation. Since he could not be found, the delegations had been made up without him. But now it happened that 1 or 2 vacancies had occurred in the Nantes representation, and it was the business of filling these vacancies that had brought Le Chapelier to Nantes. Andre-Louis firmly shook his head in answer to Le Chapelier's proposal. "You refuse?" the other cried. "Are you mad? Refuse, when you are demanded from so many sides? Do you realize that it is more than probable you will be elected one of the deputies, that you will be sent to the States General at Versailles to represent us in this work of saving France?" But Andre-Louis, we know, was not concerned to save France. At the moment he was concerned to save 2 women, both of whom he loved, though in vastly different ways, from a man he had vowed to ruin. He stood firm in his refusal until Le Chapelier dejectedly abandoned the attempt to persuade him. "It is odd," said Andre-Louis, "that I should have been so deeply immersed in trifles as never to have perceived that Nantes is being politically active." "Active? My friend, it is a seething cauldron of political emotions. It is kept quiet on the surface only by the persuasion that all goes well. At a hint to the contrary, it would boil over." "Would it so?" said Scaramouche thoughtfully. "The knowledge may be useful."
And then he changed the subject. "You know that La Tour d'Azyr is here." "In Nantes? He has courage if he shows himself. They are not a docile people, these Nantais, and they know his record and the part he played in the rising at Rennes. I marvel that they haven't stoned him. But they will, sooner or later. It only needs that someone should suggest it." "That is very likely," said Andre-Louis, and smiled. "He doesn't show himself much, not in the streets at least. So that he has not the courage you suppose, nor any kind of courage, as I told him once. He has only insolence." At parting, Le Chapelier again exhorted him to give thought to what he proposed. "Send me word if you change your mind. I am lodged at the Cerf, and I shall be here until the day after tomorrow. If you have ambition, this is your moment." "I have no ambition, I suppose," said Andre-Louis, and went his way. That night at the theatre he had a mischievous impulse to test what Le Chapelier had told him of the state of public feeling in the city. They were playing The Terrible Captain, in the last act of which the empty cowardice of the bullying braggart Rhodomont is revealed by Scaramouche. After the laughter which the exposure of the roaring captain invariably produced, it remained for Scaramouche contemptuously to dismiss him in a phrase that varied nightly, according to the inspiration of the moment. This time he chose to give his phrase a political complexion. "Thus, O thrasonical coward, is your emptiness exposed. Because of your long length, and the great sword you carry, and the angle at which you cock your hat, people have gone in fear of you, have believed in you, have imagined you to be as terrible and as formidable as you insolently make yourself appear. But at the first touch of true spirit you crumple up, you tremble, you whine pitifully, and the great sword remains in your scabbard. You remind me of the privileged orders when confronted by the Third Estate." It was audacious of him, and he was prepared for anything. A laugh, applause, indignation, or all together. But he was not prepared for what came. And it came so suddenly and spontaneously from the groundlings and the body of those in the amphitheatre that he was almost scared by it, as a boy may be scared who has held a match to a sun-scorched hayrick. It was a hurricane of furious applause. Men leapt to their feet, sprang up onto the benches, waving their hats in the air, deafening him with the terrific uproar of their acclamations. And it rolled on and on, nor ceased until the curtain fell. Scaramouche stood meditatively smiling with tight lips. At the last moment he had caught a glimpse of Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr's face, thrust farther forward than usual from the shadows of his box. And it was a face set in anger, with eyes on fire. "Mon Dieu!" laughed Rhodomont, recovering from the real scare that had succeeded his histrionic terror. "But you have a great trick of tickling them in the right place, Scaramouche." Scaramouche looked up at him and smiled. "It can be useful upon occasion," said he, and went off to his dressing-room to change. But a reprimand awaited him. He was delayed at the theatre by matters concerned with the scenery of the new piece they were to mount upon the morrow. By the time he was rid of the business, the rest of the company had long since left. He called a chair and had himself carried back to the inn in solitary state.
It was one of many minor luxuries his comparatively affluent present circumstances permitted. Coming into that upstairs room that was common to all the troupe, he found M. Binet talking loudly and vehemently. He had caught sounds of his voice whilst yet upon the stairs. As he entered, Binet broke off short and wheeled to face him.
"You are here at last!"
It was so odd a greeting that Andre-Louis did no more than look his mild surprise.
"I await your explanations of the disgraceful scene that you provoked tonight."
Disgraceful? Is it disgraceful that the public should applaud me?
The public? The rabble, you mean? Do you want to deprive us of the patronage of all gentlefolk by vulgar appeals to the low passions of the mob?
Andre-Louis stepped past M. Binet and forward to the table. He shrugged contemptuously. The man offended him, after all. "You exaggerate grossly, as usual."
"I do not exaggerate. And I am the master in my own theatre. This is the Binet troupe, and it shall be conducted in the Binet way."
Who are the gentlefolk, the loss of whose patronage to the Feydeau will be so poignantly felt? Asked Andre-Louis.
"You imply that there are none? See how wrong you are. After the play tonight, Monsieur le Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr came to me, and spoke to me in the severest terms about your scandalous outburst. I was forced to apologize, and..."
"The more fool you," said Andre-Louis. "A man who respected himself would have shown that gentleman the door." M. Binet's face began to empurple. "You call yourself the head of the Binet troupe. You boast that you will be master in your own theatre. And you stand like a lackey to take the orders of the first insolent fellow who comes to your green room to tell you that he does not like a line spoken by one of your company. I say again, that had you really respected yourself, you would have turned him out." There was a murmur of approval from several members of the company, who, having heard the arrogant tone assumed by the Marquis, were filled with resentment against the slur cast upon them all. "And I say further," Andre-Louis went on, "that a man who respects himself on quite other grounds would have been only too glad to have seized this pretext to show M. de la Tour d'Azyr the door."
"What do you mean by that?"
There was a rumble of thunder in the question. Andre-Louis' eyes swept round the company assembled at the supper table. "Where is Climene?" he asked, sharply. Leandre leapt up to answer him, white in the face, tense and quivering with excitement. "She left the theatre in the Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr's carriage immediately after the performance. We heard him offer to drive her to this inn." Andre-Louis glanced at the timepiece on the overmantel. He seemed unnaturally calm. "That would be an hour ago. Rather more. And she has not yet arrived?" His eyes sought M. Binet's. M. Binet's eyes eluded his glance. Again it was Leandre who answered him. "Not yet." "Ah." Andre-Louis sat down and poured himself wine. There was an oppressive silence in the room. Leandre watched him expectantly. Columbine commiseratingly. Even M. Binet appeared to be waiting for a cue from Scaramouche. But Scaramouche disappointed him. "Have you left me anything to eat?" he asked. Platters were pushed towards him. He helped himself calmly to food and ate in silence, apparently with a good appetite.
M. Binet sat down, poured himself wine, and drank. Presently he attempted to make conversation with one and another. He was answered curtly, in monosyllables. M. Binet did not appear to be in favour with his troupe that night. At long length came a rumble of wheels below and a rattle of halting hooves. Then voices, the high, trilling laugh of Climene floating upwards. Andre-Louis went on eating unconcernedly. "What an actor!" said Harlequin under his breath to Polichinelle. And Polichinelle nodded gloomily. She came in, a leading lady taking the stage, head high, chin thrust forward, eyes dancing with laughter. She expressed triumph and arrogance. Her cheeks were flushed, and there was some disorder in the mass of nut-brown hair that crowned her head. In her left hand she carried an enormous bouquet of white camellias. On its middle finger, a diamond of great price drew almost at once by its effulgence the eyes of all. Her father sprang to meet her with an unusual display of paternal tenderness. "At last, my child!" He conducted her to the table. She sank into a chair a little wearily, a little nervelessly, but the smile did not leave her face, not even when she glanced across at Scaramouche. It was only Leandre, observing her closely with hungry, scowling stare, who detected something as of fear in the hazel eyes momentarily seen between the fluttering of her lids. Andre-Louis, however, still went on eating stolidly, without so much as a look in her direction. Gradually, the company came to realize that just as surely as a scene was brooding, just so surely would there be no scene, as long as they remained. It was Polichinelle, at last, who gave the signal by rising and withdrawing, and within 2 minutes none remained in the room but M. Binet, his daughter, and Andre-Louis. And then, at last, Andre-Louis set down knife and fork, washed his throat with a draught of Burgundy, and sat back in his chair to consider Climene. "I trust," said he, "that you had a pleasant ride, mademoiselle." "Most pleasant, monsieur." Impudently she strove to emulate his coolness, but did not completely succeed. "And not unprofitable, if I may judge that jewel at this distance. It should be worth at least a couple of 100 louis, and that is a formidable sum even to so wealthy a nobleman as M. de La Tour d'Azyr. Would it be impertinent in one who has had some notion of becoming your husband to ask you, mademoiselle, what you have given him in return?" M. Binet uttered a gross laugh, a queer mixture of cynicism and contempt. "I have given him nothing," said Climene indignantly. "Ah, then the jewel is in the nature of a payment in advance."
"My God, man! You are not decent!"
M. Binet protested. Decent? Andre-Louis' smouldering eyes turned to discharge upon M. Binet such a fulmination of contempt that the old scoundrel shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "Did you mention decency, Binet? Almost you make me lose my temper, which is a thing that I detest above all others." Slowly his gaze returned to Climene. who sat with elbows on the table, her chin cupped in her palms, regarding him with something between scorn and defiance. "Mademoiselle," he said slowly, "I desire you purely in your own interests to consider whither you are going." "I am well able to consider it for myself, and to decide without advice from you, monsieur."
"And now you've got your answer," chuckled Binet. "I hope you like it."
Andre-Louis had paled a little. There was incredulity in his great sombre eyes as they continued steadily to regard her. Of M. Binet he took no notice. "Surely, mademoiselle, you cannot mean that willingly, with open eyes and full understanding of what you do, you would exchange an honourable wifehood for the thing that such men as M. de La Tour d'Azyr may have in store for you." M. Binet made a wide gesture and swung to his daughter.
"You hear him? The mealy-mouthed prude! Perhaps you'll believe at last that marriage with him would be the ruin of you. He would always be there, the inconvenient husband, to mar your every chance, my girl."
She tossed her lovely head in agreement with her father. "I begin to find him tiresome with his silly jealousies," she confessed. "As a husband, I am afraid he would be impossible." Andre-Louis felt a constriction of the heart. But, always the actor, he showed nothing of it. He laughed a little, not very pleasantly, and rose. "I bow to your choice, mademoiselle. I pray that you may not regret it."
"Regret it?"
cried M. Binet. He was laughing, relieved to see his daughter at last rid of this suitor of whom he had never approved, if we except those few hours when he really believed him to be an eccentric of distinction.
"And what shall she regret? That she accepted the protection of a nobleman so powerful and wealthy that as a mere trinket he gives her a jewel worth as much as an actress earns in a year at the Comedie Francaise."
He got up and advanced towards Andre-Louis. His mood became conciliatory.
Come, come, my friend. No rancor now. What the devil? You wouldn't stand in a girl's way? You can't really blame her for making this choice. Have you thought what it means to her? Have you thought that under the protection of such a gentleman, there are no heights which she may not reach? Don't you see the wonderful luck of it? Surely, if you're fond of her, particularly being of a jealous temperament, you wouldn't wish it otherwise.
Andre-Louis looked at him in silence for a long moment. Then he laughed again. "Oh, you are fantastic," he said. "You are not real." He turned on his heel and strode to the door. The action, and more the contempt of his look, laugh, and words, stung M. Binet to passion, drove out the conciliatoriness of his mood. "Fantastic, are we?" he cried, turning to follow the departing Scaramouche with his little eyes that now were inexpressibly evil. "Fantastic that we should prefer the powerful protection of this great nobleman to marriage with beggarly, nameless bastard. Oh, we are fantastic." Andre-Louis turned, his hand upon the door-handle. "No," he said. "I was mistaken. You are not fantastic. You are just vile. Both of you." and he went out. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. As read by Gordon Mackenzie. January 2007. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading is by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, A Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 2, Chapter 10. Contrition. Mademoiselle de Kercadiou walked with her aunt in the bright morning sunshine of a Sunday in March, on the broad terrace of the Chateau de Sautron. For one of her natural sweetness of disposition, she had been oddly irritable of late, manifesting signs of a cynical worldliness, which convinced Madame de Sautron more than ever that her brother Quentin had scandalously conducted the child's education. She appeared to be instructed in all the things of which a girl is better ignorant, and ignorant of all the things that a girl should know. That, at least, was the point of view of Madame de Sautron. "Tell me, madam," quoth Aline, "are all men beasts?" Unlike her brother, Madame la Comtesse was tall and majestically built. In the days before her marriage with Monsieur de Sautron, ill-natured folk described her as the only man in the family. She looked down now from her noble height upon her little niece with startled eyes. "Really, Aline, you have a trick of asking the most disconcerting and improper questions." "Perhaps it is because I find life disconcerting and improper." "Life? A young girl should not discuss life." "Why not, since I am alive? You do not suggest that it is an impropriety to be alive." "It is an impropriety for a young, unmarried girl to seek to know too much about life. As for your absurd question about men, when I remind you that man is the noblest work of God, perhaps you will consider yourself answered." Madame de Sautron did not invite a pursuance of the subject, but Mademoiselle de Kercadiou's outrageous rearing had made her headstrong. "That being so," said she, "will you tell me why they find such an overwhelming attraction in the immodest of our sex?" Madame stood still and raised shocked hands. Then she looked down her handsome, high-bridged nose. "Sometimes, often, in fact, my dear Aline, you pass all understanding. I shall write Quentin that the sooner you are married, the better it will be for all." "Uncle Quentin has left that matter to my own deciding," Aline reminded her. "That," said the madam with complete conviction, "is the last and most outrageous of his errors. Who ever heard of a girl being left to decide the matter of her own marriage? It is indelicate almost to expose her to thoughts of such things." Madame de Sautron shuddered. "Quentin is a boor. His conduct is unheard of. That Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr should parade himself before you so that you may make up your mind whether he is the proper man for you." Again she shuddered. "It is of a grossness, of a prurience almost. Mon Dieu! When I married your uncle, All this was arranged between our parents. I first saw him when he came to sign the contract. I should have died of shame had it been otherwise. And that is how these affairs should be conducted." "You are no doubt right, madame. But since that is not how my own case is being conducted, you will forgive me if I deal with it apart from others. Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr desires to marry me. He has been permitted to pay his court. I should be glad to have him informed that he may cease to do so." Madame de Sautron stood still, petrified by amazement. Her long face turned white. She seemed to breathe with difficulty. But what are you saying?" she gasped. Quietly, Aline repeated her statement. "But this is outrageous. You cannot be permitted to play fast and loose with a gentleman of Monsieur le Marquis's quality. Why, it is little more than a week since you permitted him to be informed that you would become his wife." "I did so in a moment of rashness. Since then, Monsieur le Marquis's own conduct has convinced me of my error." "But, mon Dieu!" cried the Countess. "Are you blind to the great honor that is being paid you? Monsieur le Marquis will make you the first lady in Brittany. Yet, little fool that you are, and greater fool that Quintin is, you trifle with this extraordinary good fortune. Let me warn you," she raised an admonitory forefinger, "if you continue in this stupid humour, Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr may definitely withdraw his offer, and depart in justified mortification." "That, madam, as I am endeavouring to convey to you, is what I most desire." "Oh, you are mad." "It may be, madam, that I am sane in preferring to be guided by my instincts. It may be even that I am justified in resenting that the man who aspires to become my husband should, at the same time, be paying such assiduous homage to a wretched theatre girl at the Feydeau." "Aline!" "Is it not true? Or perhaps you do not find it strange that Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr should so conduct himself at such a time?" "Aline, you are so extraordinary a mixture. At moments you shock me by the indecency of your expressions. At others you amaze me by the excess of your prudery. You have been brought up like a little bourgeoise, I think." "Yes, that is it, a little bourgeoise. Quintin was always something of a shopkeeper at heart." "I was asking your opinion on the conduct of Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr, madame, not my own." "But it is an indelicacy in you to observe such things. You should be ignorant of them. And I can't think who is so unfeeling as to inform you. But since you are informed, at least you should be modestly blind to things that take place outside the orbit of a properly conducted damsel." "Will they still be outside my orbit when I am married?" "If you are wise, you should remain without knowledge of them. It deflowers your innocence. I would not for the world that Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr should know you so extraordinarily instructed. Had you been properly reared in a convent, this would never have happened to you." "But you do not answer me, madam," cried Aline in despair. "It is not my chastity that is in question, but that of Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr." "Chastity!" Madame's lips trembled with horror. Horror overspread her face. "Wherever did you learn that dreadful, that so improper word?" And then Madame de Sautron did violence to her feelings. She realized that here great calm and prudence were required.
"My child, since you know so much that you ought not to know, there can be no harm in my adding that a gentleman must have these little distractions." "But why, madame? Why is it so? Ah, mon Dieu, you are asking me riddles of nature. It is so because it is so. Because men are like that."
Because men are beasts, you mean? Which is what I began by asking you.
"You are incorrigibly stupid, Aline."
You mean that I do not see things as you do, madame. I am not over-expectant, as you appear to think. Yet surely I have the right to wish that whilst Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr is wooing me, he shall not be wooing at the same time a drab of the theatre. I feel in this there is a subtle association of myself with that unspeakable creature which soils and insults me. The Marquis is a dullard, whose wooing takes the form at best of stilted compliments, stupid and unoriginal. They gain nothing when they fall from lips still warm from the contamination of that woman's kisses." So utterly scandalized was Madame that for a moment she remained speechless. Then,
"Mon Dieu!"
she exclaimed.
"I should never have suspected you of so indelicate an imagination."
"I cannot help it, madam. Each time his lips touch my fingers, I find myself thinking of the last object that they touched. I at once retire to wash my hands. Next time, madame, unless you are good enough to convey my message to him, I shall call for water and wash them in his presence."
"But what am I to tell him? How, in what words, can I convey such a message?"
Madame was aghast. "Be frank with him, madame. It is easiest in the end. Tell him that, however impure may have been his life in the past, however impure he intend that it shall be in the future, he must at least study purity whilst approaching with a view to marriage a virgin who is herself pure and without stain." Madame recoiled and put her hands to her ears. Horror stamped on her handsome face. Her massive bosom heaved.
"Oh, how can you?" she panted. "How can you use such terrible expressions? Wherever have you learnt them?"
"In church," said Aline.
"Ah, but in church many things are said that one would not dream of saying in the world. My dear child, how could I possibly say such things to Monsieur le Marquis? How could I possibly?"
"Shall I say it?"
"Aline!"
"Well, there it is," said Aline. "Something must be done to shelter me from insult. I am utterly disgusted with Monsieur le Marquis, a disgusting man. And however fine a thing it may be to become Marquis de La Tour d'Azyr, why, frankly, I'd sooner marry a cobbler who practised decency." Such was her vehemence and obvious determination that Madame de Sautron fetched herself out of her despair to attempt persuasion. Aline was her niece, and such a marriage in the family would be to the credit of the whole of it. At all costs, nothing must frustrate it.
"Listen, my dear," she said. "Let us reason. Monsieur le Marquis is away and will not be back until tomorrow."
"True. And I know where he has gone, or at least whom he has gone with.
Mon Dieu,
And the drab has a father, and a lout of a fellow who intends to make her his wife. And neither of them chooses to do anything. I suppose they agree with you, madame, that a great gentleman must have his little distractions." Her contempt was as scorching as a thing of fire. "However, madame, you were about to say that on the day after tomorrow you are returning to Gavrillac. Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr will most likely follow at his leisure." "You mean when his dirty candle is burnt out." "Call it what you will." Madame, you see, despaired by now of controlling the impropriety of her niece's expressions. "At Gavrillac there will be no Mademoiselle Binet. This thing will be in the past. It is unfortunate that he should have met her at such a moment. The chit is very attractive, after all. You cannot deny that, and you must make allowances. Monsieur le Marquis formally proposed to me a week ago, partly to satisfy the wishes of the family, and partly—" She broke off, hesitating a moment, to resume on a note of dull pain. "Partly because it does not seem greatly to matter whom I marry. I gave him my consent. That consent, for the reasons I have given you, madame, I desire now definitely to withdraw." Madame fell into agitation of the wildest. "Aline, I should never forgive you. Your Uncle Quintin would be in despair. You do not know what you are saying, what a wonderful thing you are refusing. Have you no sense of your position, of the station into which you were born?" "If I had not, madame, I should have made an end long since. If I have tolerated this suit for a single moment, it is because I realize the importance of a suitable marriage in the worldly sense. But I ask of marriage something more. And Uncle Quintin has placed the decision in my hands." "God forgive him," said madame, and then she hurried on. "Leave this to me now, Aline. Be guided by me. Oh, be guided by me." Her tone was beseeching. "I will take counsel with your Uncle Charles. But do not definitely decide until this unfortunate affair has blown over. Charles will know how to arrange it. Monsieur le Marquis shall do penance, child, since your tyranny demands it, but not in sackcloth and ashes. You'll not ask so much." Aline shrugged. "I ask nothing at all," she said, which was neither assent nor dissent. So Madame de Sautron interviewed her husband, a slight, middle-aged man, very aristocratic in appearance, and gifted with a certain shrewd sense. She took with him precisely the tone that Aline had taken with herself, and which in Aline she had found so disconcertingly indelicate. She even borrowed several of Aline's phrases. The result was that on the Monday afternoon, when at last Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr's returning berline drove up to the chateau, he was met by Monsieur le Comte de Sautron, who desired a word with him even before he changed. "Gervais, you're a fool," was the excellent opening made by Monsieur le Comte. "Charles, you give me no news," answered Monsieur le Marquis. "Of what particular folly do you take the trouble to complain?" He flung himself wearily upon a sofa, and his long, graceful body sprawling there, he looked up at his friend with a tired smile on that nobly handsome, pale face that seemed to defy the onslaught of age. Of your last, this Binet girl.
That? Pooh! An incident. Hardly a folly.
A folly at such a time, Sautron insisted. The Marquis looked a question. The Count answered it. Aline, said he, pregnantly. She knows. How she knows, I can't tell you, but she knows, and she is deeply offended. The smile perished on the Marquis's face. He gathered himself up. Offended, said he, and his voice was anxious. But yes, you know what she is. You know the ideal she has formed. It wounds her that at such a time, whilst you are here for the purpose of wooing her, you should at the same time be pursuing this affair with that chit of a Binet girl. How do you know? Asked La Tour d'Azyr. She has confided in her aunt, and the poor child seems to have some reason. She says that she will not tolerate that you should come to kiss her hand with lips that are still contaminated from... Oh, you understand. You appreciate the impression of such a thing upon a pure, sensitive girl such as Aline. She said, I had better tell you, that the next time you kiss her hand she will call for water and wash it in your presence. The Marquis's face flamed scarlet. He rose. Knowing his violent, intolerant spirit, M. de Sautron was prepared for an outburst. But no outburst came. The Marquis turned away from him and paced slowly to the window, his head bowed, his hands behind his back. Halted there, he spoke without turning. His voice was at once scornful and wistful. You are right, Charles. I am a fool. A wicked fool. I have just enough sense left to perceive it. It is the way I have lived, I suppose. I have never known the need to deny myself anything I wanted. Then suddenly he swung around, and the outburst came. But my God! I want Aline, as I have never wanted anything yet. I think I should kill myself in rage if through my folly I should have lost her. He struck his brow with his hand. I am a beast, he said. I should have known that if that sweet saint got word of these petty devilries of mine, she would despise me. And I tell you, Charles, I'd go through fire to gain her respect. I hope it is regained on easier terms, said Charles. And then, to ease the situation, which began to irk him by its solemnity, he made a feeble joke. It is merely asked of you that you refrain from going through certain fires that are not accounted by Mademoiselle of too purifying a nature. As to that Binet girl, it is finished. Finished, said the Marquis. I congratulate you. When did you make that decision? This moment. I would to God I had made it 24 hours ago. As it is, he shrugged. Why, 24 hours of her have been enough for me as they would have been for any man. A mercenary, self-seeking little baggage with the soul of a trull. Bah! He shuddered in disgust of himself and her. Ah, that makes it easier for you, said M. de Sautron cynically. Don't say it, Charles. It is not so. Had you been less of a fool, you would have warned me sooner. I may prove to have warned you soon enough if you'll profit by the warning. There is no penance that I will not do. I will prostrate myself at her feet. I will abase myself before her. I will make confession in the proper spirit of contrition, and heaven helping me, I'll keep to my purpose of amendment for her sweet sake." He was tragically in earnest. To M. de Sautron, who had never seen him other than self-contained, supercilious, and mocking, this was an amazing revelation. He shrank from it almost. It gave him the feeling of prying, of peeping through a keyhole. He slapped his friend's shoulder. "My dear Gervais, here is a magnificently romantic mood. Enough said. Keep to it, and I promise you that all will presently be well. I will be your ambassador, and you shall have no cause to complain. But may I not go to her myself? If you are wise, you will at once efface yourself. Write to her if you will. Make your act of contrition by letter. I will explain why you have gone without seeing her. I will tell her that you did so upon my advice, and I will do it tactfully. I am a good diplomat, Gervais. Trust me." M. le Marquis raised his head and showed a face that pain was searing. He held out his hand. "Very well, Charles. Serve me in this, and count me your friend in all things." End of Book 2, Chapter 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, A Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 2, Chapter 11. The Fracas at the Theatre Feydeau. Leaving his host to act as his plenipotentiary with Mademoiselle de Kercadiou, and to explain to her that it was his profound contrition that compelled him to depart without taking formal leave of her, the Marquis rolled away from Sautron in a cloud of gloom. 24 hours with La Binet had been more than enough for a man of his fastidious and discerning taste. He looked back upon the episode with nausea, the inevitable psychological reaction, marveling at himself that until yesterday he should have found her so desirable, and cursing himself that for the sake of that ephemeral and worthless gratification he should seriously have imperiled his chances of winning Mademoiselle de Kercadiou to wife. There is, after all, nothing very extraordinary in his frame of mind, so that I need not elaborate it further. It resulted from the conflict between the beast and the angel that go to make up the composition of every man. The Chevalier de Chabrillane, who in reality occupied towards the Marquis a position akin to that of gentleman-in-waiting, sat opposite to him in the enormous travelling berline. A small folding table had been erected between them, and the Chevalier suggested piquet. But Monsieur le Marquis was in no humour for cards. His thoughts absorbed him. As they were rattling over the cobbles of Nantes streets, he remembered a promise to La Binet to witness her performance that night in The Faithless Lover. And now he was running away from her. The thought was repugnant to him on 2 scores. He was breaking his pledged word, and he was acting like a coward. And there was more than that. He had let the mercenary little strumpet It was thus he thought of her at present, and with some justice. To expect favours from him in addition to the lavish awards which already he had made her. The baggage had almost sought to drive a bargain with him as to her future. He was to take her to Paris, put her into her own furniture, as the expression ran, and still runs, and under the shadow of his powerful protection see that the doors of the great theatres of the capital should be opened to her talents. He had not, he was thankful to reflect, exactly committed himself, but neither had he definitely refused her. It became necessary now to come to an understanding, since he was compelled to choose between his trivial passion for her, a passion quenched already, and his deep, almost spiritual devotion to Mademoiselle de Kercadiou. His honour, he considered, demanded of him that he should at once deliver himself from a false position. La Binet would make a scene, of course, but he knew the proper specific to apply to hysteria of that nature. Money, after all, has its uses. He pulled the cord. The carriage rolled to a standstill. A footman appeared at the door. "To the Theatre Feydeau," said he. The footman vanished, and the berline rolled on. Monsieur de Chabrillane laughed cynically. "I trouble you not to be amused," snapped the Marquis. "You don't understand." Thereafter he explained himself. It was a rare condescension in him. But then he could not bear to be misunderstood in such a matter. Chabrillane grew seriousness in reflection of the Marquis's extreme seriousness. "Why not write?" he suggested. "Myself, I confess that I should find it easier." Nothing could better have revealed Monsieur le Marquis's state of mind than his answer. Letters are liable both to miscarriage and to misconstruction. Two risks I will not run. If she did not answer, I should never know which had been incurred. And I shall have no peace of mind until I know that I have set a term to this affair. The berline can wait while we are at the theatre. We will go on afterwards. We will travel all night if necessary." "Peste!" said M. de Chabrillane with a grimace. But that was all. The great travelling carriage drew up at the lighted portals of the Feydeau, and M. le Marquis stepped out. He entered the theatre with Chabrillane, all unconsciously to deliver himself into the hands of Andre-Louis. Andre-Louis was in a state of exasperation produced by Climene's long absence from Nantes in the company of M. le Marquis, and fed by the unspeakable complacency with which M. Binet regarded that event of quite unmistakable import. However much he might affect the frame of mind of the Stoics, and seek to judge with a complete detachment, in the heart and soul of him, Andre-Louis was tormented and revolted. It was not Climene he blamed. He had been mistaken in her. She was just a poor, weak vessel, driven helplessly by the first breath, however foul, that promised her advancement. She suffered from a plague of greed, and he congratulated himself upon having discovered it before making her his wife. He felt for her now nothing but a deal of pity and some contempt. The pity was begotten of the love that she had lately inspired in him. It might be likened to the dregs of love, all that remained after the potent wine of it had been drained off. His anger he reserved for her father and her seducer. The thoughts that were stirring in him on that Monday morning, when it was discovered that Climene had not yet returned from her excursion of the previous day in the coach of Monsieur le Marquis, were already wicked enough without the spurring they received from the distraught Leandre. Hitherto, the attitude of each of these men towards the other had been one of mutual contempt. The phenomenon has frequently been observed in like cases. Now, what appeared to be a common misfortune brought them into a sort of alliance. So, at least, it seemed to Leandre when he went in quest of Andre-Louis, who with apparent unconcern was smoking a pipe upon the quay immediately facing the inn. "Name of the pig," said Leandre. "How can you take your ease and smoke at such a time?" Scaramouche surveyed the sky. "I do not find it too cold," said he. "The sun is shining. I am very well here." "Do I talk of the weather?" Leandre was very excited. "Of what, then?" "Of Climene, of course." "Oh. The lady has ceased to interest me," he lied. Leandre stood squarely in front of him, a handsome figure, handsomely dressed in these days, his hair well powdered, his stockings of silk. His face was pale, his large eyes looked larger than usual. "Ceased to interest you? Are you not to marry her?" Andre-Louis expelled a cloud of smoke. "You cannot wish to be offensive, yet you almost suggest that I live on other men's leavings." "My God!" said Leandre, overcome, and he stared a while. Then he burst out afresh. "Are you quite heartless? Are you always Scaramouche?" "What do you expect me to do?" asked Andre-Louis, evincing surprise in his own turn, but faintly. "I do not expect you to let her go without a struggle." "But she has gone already." Andre-Louis pulled at his pipe a moment, what time Leandre clenched and unclenched his hands in impotent rage. "And to what purpose struggle against the inevitable? Did you struggle when I took her from you? She was not mine to be taken from me. I but aspired, and you won the race. But even had it been otherwise, where is the comparison? That was a thing in honor. This is hell." His emotion moved Andre-Louis. He took Leandre's arm. "You're a good fellow, Leandre. I am glad that I intervened to save you from your fate." "Oh, you don't love her!" cried the other passionately. "You never did. You don't know what it means to love, or you'd not talk like this. My God! If she had been my affianced wife, and this had happened, I should have killed the man, killed him. Do you hear me? But you... Oh, you come out here and smoke and take the air and talk of her as another man's leavings. I wonder I didn't strike you for the word." He tore his arm from the other's grip, and looked almost as if he would strike him now. "You should have done it," said Andre-Louis. "It's in your part." With an imprecation, Leandre turned on his heel to go. Andre-Louis arrested his departure. "A moment, my friend. Test me by yourself. Would you marry her now?"
Would I?" The young man's eyes blazed with passion. "Would I? Let her say that she will marry me, and I am her slave." Slave is the right word. A slave in hell. It would never be hell to me where she was, whatever she had done. I love her, man. I am not like you. I love her. Do you hear me? "I have known it for some time," said Andre-Louis, "though I didn't suspect your attack of the disease to be quite so violent. Well, God knows I loved her too. Quite enough to share your thirst for killing. For myself, the blue blood of La Tour d'Azyr would hardly quench this thirst. I should like to add to it the dirty fluid that flows in the veins of the unspeakable Binet." For a second his emotion had been out of hand, and he revealed to Leandre, in the mordant tone of those last words, something of the fires that burned under his icy exterior. The young man caught him by the hand. "I knew you were acting," said he. You feel as I do. Behold us, fellows in viciousness. I have betrayed myself, it seems. Well, and what now? Do you want to see this pretty Marquis torn limb from limb? I might afford you the spectacle. What? Leandre stared, wondering was this another of Scaramouche's cynicisms? It isn't really difficult, provided I have aid. I require only a little. Will you lend it me? Anything you ask, Leandre exploded. My life, if you require it. Andre-Louis took his arm again. Let us walk, he said. I will instruct you. When they came back, the company was already at dinner. Mademoiselle had not yet returned. Sullenness presided at the table. Columbine and Madame wore anxious expressions. The fact was that relations between Binet and his troupe were daily growing more strained. Andre-Louis and Leandre went each to his accustomed place. Binet's little eyes followed them with a malicious gleam. His thick lips pouted into a crooked smile. You two are grown very friendly of a sudden, he mocked. You are a man of discernment, Binet, said Scaramouche, the cold loathing of his voice itself an insult. Perhaps you discern the reason? It is readily discerned. Regale the company with it, he begged, and waited. What? You hesitate? Is it possible that there are limits to your shamelessness? Binet reared his great head. Do you quarrel with me, Scaramouche? Thunder was rumbling in his deep voice. Quarrel? You want to laugh. A man doesn't quarrel with creatures like you. We all know the place held in the public esteem by complacent husbands. But in God's name, what place is there at all for complacent fathers? Binet heaved himself up, a great, towering mass of manhood. Violently he shook off the restraining hand of Perrault, who stood on his left. 1,000 devils! He roared.
If you take that tone with me, I'll break every bone in your filthy body.
If you were to lay a finger on me, Binet, you would give me the only provocation I still need to kill you. Andre-Louis was as calm as ever, and therefore the more menacing. Alarm stirred the company. He protruded from his pocket the butt of a pistol newly purchased. I go armed, Binet. It is only fair to give you warning. Provoke me as you have suggested, and I'll kill you with no more compunction than I should kill a slug, which, after all, is the thing you most resemble. A slug, Binet. A fat, slimy body. Foulness without soul and without intelligence. When I come to think of it, I can't suffer to sit at table with you. It turns my stomach. He pushed away his platter and got up. I'll go and eat at the ordinary below stairs. Thereupon, up jumped Columbine. And I'll come with you, Scaramouche, cried she. It acted like a signal. Had the thing been concerted, it couldn't have fallen out more uniformly. Binet, in fact, was persuaded of a conspiracy. For in the wake of Columbine went Leandre. In the wake of Leandre, Polichinelle, and then all the rest together, until Binet found himself sitting alone at the head of an empty table in an empty room. A badly shaken man, whose rage could afford him no support against the dread by which he was suddenly invaded. He sat down to think things out, and he was still at that melancholy occupation when, perhaps a half-hour later, his daughter entered the room, returned at last from her excursion. She looked pale, even a little scared. In reality excessively self-conscious now that the ordeal of facing all the company awaited her. Seeing no one but her father in the room, she checked on the threshold. "Where is everybody?" she asked, in a voice rendered natural by effort. Monsieur Binet reared his great head and turned upon her eyes that were blood-injected. He scowled, blew out his thick lips, and made harsh noises in his throat. Yet he took stock of her, so graceful and comely, and looking so completely the lady of fashion in her long, fur-trimmed travelling coat of bottle green, her muff and her broad hat, adorned by a sparkling rhinestone buckle above her adorably coiffed brown hair. No need to fear the future, whilst he owned such a daughter, let Scaramouche play what tricks he would. He expressed, however, none of these comforting reflections. "So you're back at last, little fool," he growled in greeting. "I was beginning to ask myself if we should perform this evening. It wouldn't greatly have surprised me if you had not returned in time. Indeed, since you have chosen to play the fine hand you held in your own way in scorning my advice, nothing can surprise me." She crossed the room to the table and, leaning against it, looked down upon him almost disdainfully. "I have nothing to regret," she said. "So every fool says at first. Nor would you admit it if you had. You are like that. You go your own way in spite of advice from older heads. Death of my life, girl! What do you know of men?" "I am not complaining," she reminded him. "No, but you may be presently.
when you discover that you would have done better to have been guided by your old father. So long as your Marquis languished for you, there was nothing you could not have done with the fool. So long as you let him have no more than your fingertips to kiss. Ah! Name of name. That was the time to build your future. If you live to be 1,000, you'll never have such a chance again, and you've squandered it. For what?
Mademoiselle sat down. "You're sordid," she said with disgust.
Sordid, am I?
His thick lips curled again.
I have had enough of the dregs of life, and so I would have thought of you. You held a hand on which to have won a fortune, if you had played it as I bade you. Well, you've played it, and where's the fortune? We can whistle for that as a sailor whistles for wind. And by heaven, we'll need to whistle presently if the weather in the troop continues as it's set in. That scoundrel Scaramouche has been at his ape's tricks with them. They've suddenly turned moral. They won't sit at table with me any more."
He was spluttering between anger and sardonic mirth.
It was your friend, Scaramouche, set them the example of that. He threatened my life, actually. Threatened my life! Called me... but what does that matter? What matters is that the next thing to happen to us will be that the Binet troop will discover it can manage without Monsieur Binet and his daughter. This scoundrelly bastard I've befriended has little by little robbed me of everything. It's in his power today to rob me of my troop, and the knave's ungrateful enough and vile enough to make use of his power.
"Let him," said Mademoiselle contemptuously.
Let him?
He was aghast.
And what's to become of us?
"In no case will the Binet troupe interest me much longer," said she. "I shall be going to Paris soon. There are better theatres there than the Feydeau. There's Mademoiselle Montansier's theatre in the Palais Royal. There's the Ambigu Comique. There's the Comedie Francaise. There's even a possibility I may have a theatre of my own." His eyes grew big for once. He stretched out a fat hand and placed it on one of hers. She noticed that it trembled.
Has he promised that? Has he promised?
She looked at him with her head on one side, eyes sly, and a queer little smile on her perfect lips. "He did not refuse me when I asked it," she answered, with conviction that all was as she desired it.
Bah!
He withdrew his hand and heaved himself up. There was disgust on his face.
He did not refuse,
he mocked her, and then with passion.
Had you acted as I advised you, he would have consented to anything that you asked. And what is more, he would have provided anything that you asked. Anything that lay within his means, and they are inexhaustible. You have changed a certainty into a possibility, and I hate possibilities. God of God! I have lived on possibilities, and infernally near starved on them.
Had she known of the interview taking place at that moment at the Chateau de Sautron, she would have laughed less confidently at her father's gloomy forebodings. But she was destined never to know. which indeed was the cruelest punishment of all. She was to attribute all the evil that of a sudden overwhelmed her, the shattering of all the future hopes she had founded upon the Marquis, and the sudden disintegration of the Binet troupe, to the wicked interference of that villain Scaramouche. She had this much justification that possibly, without the warning from M. de Sautron, the Marquis would have found, in the events of that evening at the Theatre Feydeau, a sufficient reason for ending an entanglement that was fraught with too much unpleasant excitement, whilst the breaking up of the Binet troupe was most certainly the result of Andre-Louis' work. But it was not a result that he intended, or even foresaw. So much was this the case, that in the interval after the second act he sought the dressing-room shared by Polichinelle and Rhodomont. Polichinelle was in the act of changing. "I shouldn't trouble to change," he said. "The piece isn't likely to go beyond my opening scene of the next act with Leandre." "What do you mean?" "You'll see." He put a paper on Polichinelle's table amid the grease paints. "Cast your eye over that. It's a sort of last will and testament in favor of the troupe. I was a lawyer once. The document is in order. I relinquish to all of you the share produced by my partnership in the company." "But you don't mean that you're leaving us?" cried Polichinelle in alarm, whilst Rhodomont's sudden stare asked the same question. Scaramouche's shrug was eloquent. Polichinelle ran on gloomily. "Of course. It was to have been foreseen. But why should you be the one to go? It is you who have made us, and it is you who are the real head and brains of the troupe. It is you who have raised it into a real theatrical company. If anyone must go, let it be Binet. Binet and his infernal daughter. Or if you go, name of name, we all go with you." "Aye," added Rhodomont. "We've had enough of that fat scoundrel." "I had thought of it, of course," said Andre-Louis. "It was not vanity for once. It was trust in your friendship. After tonight, we may consider it again, if I survive." "If you survive!" both cried. Polichinelle got up. "Now, what madness have you in mind?" he asked. "For one thing, I think I am indulging Leandre. For another, I am pursuing an old quarrel." The 3 knocks sounded as he spoke. "There. I must go. Keep that paper, Polichinelle. After all, it may not be necessary." He was gone. Rhodomont stared at Polichinelle. Polichinelle stared at Rhodomont. "What the devil is he thinking of?" quoth the latter. "That is most readily ascertained by going to see," replied Polichinelle. He completed changing in haste, despite what Scaramouche had said, and then followed with Rhodomont. As they approached the wings, a roar of applause met them coming from the audience. It was applause and something else. Applause on an unusual note. As it faded away, they heard the voice of Scaramouche ringing, clear as a bell. "And so you see, my dear Monsieur Leandre, that when you speak of the third estate, it is necessary to be more explicit. What precisely is the third estate?" "Nothing," said Leandre. There was a gasp from the audience, audible in the wings, and then swiftly followed Scaramouche's next question. "True, alas! But what should it be?" "Everything,"
said Leandre. The audience roared its acclamations, the more violent because of the unexpectedness of that reply.
"True again," said Scaramouche. "And what is more, that is what it will be. That is what it is already. Do you doubt it?"
"I hope it," said the schooled Leandre.
"You may believe it,"
said Scaramouche, and again the acclamations rolled into thunder. Polichinelle and Rhodomont exchanged glances. Indeed, the former winked, not without mirth.
"Sacred name," growled a voice behind them. "Is the scoundrel at his political tricks again?"
They turned to confront Monsieur Binet, moving with that noiseless tread of his. He had come up unheard behind them, and there he stood now in his scarlet suit of pantaloon, under a trailing bedgown, his little eyes glaring from either side of his false nose. But their attention was held by the voice of Scaramouche. He had stepped to the front of the stage.
"He doubts it. But then this Monsieur Leandre is himself akin to those who worship the worm-eaten idol of privilege. And so he is a little afraid to believe a truth that is becoming apparent to all the world. Shall I convince him? Shall I tell him how a company of noblemen backed by their servants under arms, 600 men in all, sought to dictate to the Third Estate of Rennes a few short weeks ago? Must I remind him of the martial front shown on that occasion by the Third Estate, and how they swept the streets clean of that rabble of nobles, cette canaille noble?"
Applause interrupted him. The phrase had struck home and caught. Those who had writhed under that infamous designation from their betters leapt at this turning of it against the nobles themselves.
"But let me tell you of their leader. Le pain noble de cette canaille, ou bien le plus canaille de ces nobles. You know him, that one. He fears many things, but the voice of truth he fears most. With such as him, the eloquent truth eloquently spoken is a thing instantly to be silenced. So he marshalled his peers and their valetaille, and led them out to slaughter these miserable bourgeois who dared to raise a voice. But these same miserable bourgeois did not choose to be slaughtered in the streets of Rennes. It occurred to them that since the nobles decreed that blood should flow, it might as well be the blood of the nobles. They marshalled themselves to this noble rabble against the rabble of nobles, and they marshalled themselves so well that they drove Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr and his warlike following from the field with broken heads and shattered delusions. They sought shelter at the hands of the Cordeliers, and the shavelings gave them sanctuary in their convent. Those who survived, among whom was their proud leader, Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr. You have heard of this valiant Marquis, this great lord of life and death?"
The pit was in an uproar a moment. It quieted again as Scaramouche continued.
"Oh, it was a fine spectacle to see this mighty hunter scuttling to cover like a hare, going to earth in the Cordelier convent. Rennes has not seen him since. Rennes would like to see him again. But if he is so valorous, he is also discreet. And where do you think he has taken refuge, this great nobleman who wanted to see the streets of Rennes washed in the blood of its citizens, this man who would have butchered old and young of the contemptible canaille to silence the voice of reason and of liberty that presumes to ring through France today. Where do you think he hides himself? Why, here, in Nantes."
Again there was an uproar.
"What do you say? Impossible? Why, my friends, at this moment he is here, in this theatre, skulking up there, in that box. He is too shy to show himself. Oh, a very modest gentleman. But there he is, behind the curtains. Will you not show yourself to your friends, Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr, Monsieur le Marquis, who considers eloquence so very dangerous a gift? See, they would like a word with you. They do not believe me when I tell you that you are here."
Now, whatever he may have been, and whatever the views held on the subject by Andre-Louis, Monsieur de la Tour d'Azyr was certainly not a coward. To say that he was hiding in Nantes was not true. He came and went there openly and unabashed. It happened, however, that the Nantais were ignorant until this moment of his presence among them. But then he would have disdained to have informed them of it, just as he would have disdained to have concealed it from them. Challenged thus, however, and despite the ominous manner in which the bourgeois element in the audience had responded to Scaramouche's appeal to its passions, despite the attempts made by Chabrillane to restrain him, the Marquis swept aside the curtain at the side of the box and suddenly showed himself, pale, but self-contained, and scornful as he surveyed first the daring Scaramouche, and then those others who at the sight of him had given tongue to their hostility. Hoots and yells assailed him. Fists were shaken at him. Canes were brandished menacingly.
"Assassin! Scoundrel! Coward! Traitor!"
But he braved the storm, smiling upon them his ineffable contempt. He was waiting for the noise to cease, waiting to address them in his turn. But he waited in vain, as he very soon perceived. The contempt that he did not trouble to dissemble served but to goad them on. In the pit, pandemonium was already raging. Blows were being freely exchanged, there were scuffling groups, and here and there swords were being drawn. But fortunately the press was too dense to permit of their being used effectively. Those who had women with them, and the timid by nature, were making haste to leave a house that looked like becoming a cockpit, where chairs were being smashed to provide weapons, and parts of chandeliers were already being used as missiles. One of these, hurled by the hand of a gentleman in one of the boxes, narrowly missed Scaramouche where he stood, looking down in a sort of grim triumph upon the havoc which his words had wrought. Knowing of what inflammable material the audience was composed, he had deliberately flung down amongst them the lighted torch of discord to produce this conflagration. He saw men falling quickly into groups representative of one side or the other of this great quarrel that already was beginning to agitate the whole of France. Their rallying cries were ringing through the theatre. "Down with the canaille!" from some. "Down with the privileged!" from others. And then above the general din, one cry rang out sharply and insistently. "To the box! Death to the butcher of Rennes! Death to La Tour d'Azyr, who makes war upon the people!" There was a rush for one of the doors of the pit that opened upon the staircase leading to the boxes.
And now, whilst battle and confusion spread with the speed of fire, overflowing from the theatre into the street itself, La Tour d'Azyr's box, which had become the main object of the attack of the bourgeoisie, had also become the rallying ground for such gentlemen as were present in the theatre, and for those who, without being men of birth themselves, were nevertheless attached to the party of the nobles. La Tour d'Azyr quitted the front of the box to meet those who came to join him. And now in the pit one group of infuriated gentlemen, in attempting to reach the stage across the empty orchestra, so that they might deal with the audacious comedian who was responsible for this explosion, found themselves opposed and held back by another group composed of men to whose feelings Andre-Louis had given expression. Perceiving this, and remembering the chandelier, he turned to Leandre, who had remained beside him. "I think it is time to be going," said he. Leandre, looking ghastly under his paint, appalled by the storm which exceeded by far anything that his unimaginative brain could have conjectured, gurgled an inarticulate agreement. But it looked as if already they were too late, for in that moment they were assailed from behind. Monsieur Binet had succeeded at last in breaking past Polichinelle and Rhodomont, who, in view of his murderous rage, had been endeavouring to restrain him. Half a dozen gentlemen, habitués of the green room, had come round to the stage to disembowel the knave who had created this riot. And it was they who had flung aside those two comedians who hung upon Binet. After him they came now, their swords out. But after them again came Polichinelle, Rhodomont, Harlequin, Perrault, Pasquariel, and Basque the artist, armed with such implements as they could hastily snatch up, and intent upon saving the man with whom they sympathized in spite of all, and in whom now all their hopes were centered. Well ahead rolled Binet, moving faster than any had ever seen him move, and swinging the long cane from which Pantaloon is inseparable. "Infamous scoundrel!" he roared. "You have ruined me, but name of name you shall pay!" Andre-Louis turned to face him. "You confuse cause with effect," said he. But he got no further. Binet's cane, viciously driven, descended and broke upon his shoulder. Had he not moved swiftly aside as the blow fell, it must have taken him across the head and possibly stunned him. As he moved, he dropped his hand to his pocket, and swift upon the cracking of Binet's breaking cane came the crack of the pistol with which Andre-Louis replied. "You had your warning, you filthy pander!" he cried, and on the word he shot him through the body. Binet went down, screaming, whilst the fierce Polichinelle, fiercer than ever in the moment of fierce reality, spoke quickly into Andre-Louis' ear. "Fool! So much was not necessary. Away with you now, or you'll leave your skin here. Away with you!" Andre-Louis thought it good advice, and took it. The gentlemen who had followed Binet in that punitive rush upon the stage, partly held in check by the improvised weapons of the players, partly intimidated by the second pistol that Scaramouche presented, let him go. He gained the wings, and here found himself faced by a couple of sergeants of the watch, part of the police that was already invading the theatre with a view to restoring order. The sight of them reminded him unpleasantly of how he must stand towards the law for this night's work, and more particularly for that bullet lodged somewhere in Binet's obese body. He flourished his pistol. "Make way, or I'll burn your brains," he threatened them, and intimidated, themselves without firearms, they fell back and let him pass. He slipped by the door of the green room, where the ladies of the company had shut themselves in until the storm should be over, and so gained the street behind the theatre. It was deserted. Down this he went at a run, intent on reaching the inn for clothes and money, since it was impossible that he should take the road in the garb of Scaramouche. End of Chapter 11. End of Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3. The Sword. Chapter 1. Transition. "You may agree," wrote Andre-Louis from Paris to Le Chapelier in a letter which survives, "that it is to be regretted I should definitely have discarded the livery of Scaramouche, since clearly there could be no livery fitter for my wear. It seems to be my part always to stir up strife and then to slip away before I am caught in the crash of the warring elements I have aroused. It is a humiliating reflection. I seek consolation in the reminder of Epictetus. Do you ever read Epictetus? That we are but actors in a play of such a part as it may please a director to assign us. It does not, however, console me to have been cast for a part so contemptible. To find myself excelling ever in the art of running away. But if I am not brave, at least I am prudent, so that where I lack one virtue, I may claim to possessing another almost to excess. On a previous occasion they wanted to hang me for sedition. Should I have stayed to be hanged? This time they may want to hang me for several things, including murder. For I do not know whether that scoundrel Binet be alive or dead from the dose of lead I pumped into his fat paunch. Nor can I say that I very greatly care. If I have a hope at all in the matter, it is that he is dead and damned. But I am really indifferent. My own concerns are troubling me enough. I have all but spent the little money that I contrived to conceal about me before I fled from Nantes on that dreadful night. And both of the only two professions of which I can claim to know anything, the law and the stage, are closed to me, since I cannot find employment in either without revealing myself as a fellow who is urgently wanted by the hangman. As things are, it is very possible that I may die of hunger, especially considering the present price of victuals in this ravenous city. Again I have recourse to Epictetus for comfort. It is better, he says, to die of hunger, having lived without grief and fear, than to live with a troubled spirit amid abundance. I seem likely to perish in the estate that he accounts so enviable. That it does not seem exactly enviable to me merely proves that as a Stoic I am not a success. There is also another letter of his, written at about the same time, to the Marquis de la Tour d'Azyr, a letter since published by Monsieur Émile Quersac in his Undercurrents of the Revolution in Brittany, unearthed by him from the archives of Rennes, to which it had been consigned by Monsieur de Lesdiguières, who had received it for judiciary purposes from the Marquis. The Paris newspapers, he writes in this,
which have reported in considerable detail the fracas at the Theatre Feydeau, and disclosed the true identity of the Scaramouche who provoked it, inform me also that you have escaped the fate I had intended for you when I raised that storm of public opinion and public indignation. I would not have you take satisfaction in the thought that I regret your escape. I do not. I rejoice in it. To deal justice by death has this disadvantage that the victim has no knowledge that justice has overtaken him. Had you died, had you been torn limb from limb that night, I should now repine in the thought of your eternal and untroubled slumber, not in euthanasia, but in torment of mind should the guilty atone. You see, I am not sure that hell hereafter is a certainty, whilst I am quite sure that it can be a certainty in this life, and I desire you to continue to live yet a while, that you may taste something of its bitterness. You murdered Philippe de Vilmorin because you feared what you described as his very dangerous gift of eloquence. I took an oath that day that your evil deed should be fruitless, that I would render it so, that the voice you had done murder to stifle should in spite of that ring like a trumpet through the land. That was my conception of revenge. Do you realize how I have been fulfilling it? How I shall continue to fulfill it as occasion offers? In the speech with which I fired the people of Rennes on the very morrow of that deed, did you not hear the voice of Philippe de Vilmorin uttering the ideas that were his, with a fire and a passion greater than he could have commanded, because Nemesis lent me her inflaming aid? In the voice of Omnes Omnibus at Nantes, my voice again, demanding the petition that sounded the knell of your hopes of coercing the Third Estate, did you not again hear the voice of Philippe de Vilmorin? Did you not reflect that it was the mind of the man you had murdered, resurrected in me, his surviving friend, which made necessary your futile attempt under arms last January, wherein your order, finally beaten, was driven to seek sanctuary in the Cordelier convent? And that night, when from the stage of the Feydeau you were denounced to the people, did you not hear yet again, in the voice of Scaramouche, the voice of Philippe de Vilmorin, using that dangerous gift of eloquence which you so foolishly imagined you could silence with a sword thrust? It is becoming a persecution, is it not? This voice from the grave, that insists upon making itself heard, that will not rest until you have been cast into the pit. You will be regretting by now that you did not kill me, too, as I invited you on that occasion. I can picture to myself the bitterness of this regret, and I contemplate it with satisfaction. Regret of neglected opportunity is the worst hell that a living soul can inhabit, particularly such a soul as yours. It is because of this that I am glad to know that you survived the riot at the Feydeau, although at the time it was no part of my intention that you should. Because of this I am content that you should live to enrage and suffer in the shadow of your evil deed, knowing at last, since you had not hitherto the wit to discern it for yourself, that the voice of Philippe de Vilmorin will follow you to denounce you ever more loudly, ever more insistently, until, having lived in dread, you shall go down in blood under the just rage which your victim's dangerous gift of eloquence is kindled against you." I find it odd that he should have omitted from this letter all mention of Mademoiselle Binet, and I am disposed to account it at least a partial insincerity that he should have assigned entirely to this self-imposed mission, and not at all to his lacerated feelings in the matter of Climene, the action which he had taken at the Feydau. Those two letters, both written in April of that year, 1789, had for only immediate effect to increase the activity with which Andre-Louis Moreau was being sought. Le Chapelier would have found him so as to lend him assistance, to urge upon him once again that he should take up a political career. The electors of Nantes would have found him. At least they would have found Omnes Omnibus, of whose identity with himself they were still in ignorance, on each of the several occasions when a vacancy occurred in their body. And the Marquis de La Tour d'Azyr and M. de Lesdiguières would have found him that they might send him to the gallows, with the purpose no less vindictive was he being sought by M. Binet, now unhappily recovered from his wound, to face completest ruin. His troop had deserted him during his illness, and reconstituted under the direction of Polichinelle, it was now striving with tolerable success to continue upon the lines which Andre-Louis had laid down. Monsieur le Marquis, prevented by the riot from expressing in person to Mademoiselle Binet his purpose of making an end of their relations, had been constrained to write to her to that effect from Azyr a few days later. He tempered the blow by enclosing in discharge of all liabilities a bill on the Caisse d'Escompte for 100 louis. Nevertheless, it almost crushed the unfortunate, and it enabled her father, when he recovered, to enrage her by pointing out that she owed this turn of events to the premature surrender she had made in defiance of his sound, worldly advice. Father and daughter alike were left to assign the Marquis's desertion, naturally enough, to the riot at the Feydau. They laid that with the rest to the account of Scaramouche, and were forced in bitterness to admit that the scoundrel had taken a superlative revenge. Climene may even have come to consider that it would have paid her better to have run a straight course with Scaramouche, and by marrying him to have trusted to his undoubted talents to place her on the summit to which her ambition urged her, and to which it was now futile for her to aspire. If so, that reflection must have been her sufficient punishment. For, as Andre-Louis so truly says, there is no worse hell than that provided by the regrets for wasted opportunities. Meanwhile, the fiercely sought Andre-Louis Moreau had gone to earth completely for the present, and the brisk police of Paris, urged on by the king's lieutenant from Rennes, hunted for him in vain. Yet he might have been found in a house in the Rue de Hussard, within a stone's throw of the Palais Royal, whither purest chance had conducted him. That which in his letter to Le Chapelier he represents as a contingency of the near future was, in fact, the case in which already he found himself. He was destitute. His money was exhausted. including that procured by the sale of such articles of adornment as were not of absolute necessity. So desperate was his case, that strolling one gusty April morning down the Rue de Assard, with his nose in the wind looking for what might be picked up, he stopped to read a notice outside the door of a house on the left side of the street as you approach the Rue de Richelieu. There was no reason why he should have gone down the Rue de Assard. Perhaps its name attracted him, as appropriate to his case. The notice, written in a big round hand, announced that a young man of good address, with some knowledge of swordsmanship, was required by Monsieur Bertrand des Amis on the second floor. Above this notice was a black oblong board, which in vulgar terms may be described as red charged, with 2 swords crossed and 4 fleurs-de-lis, one in each angle of the saltire. Under the shield, in letters of gold, ran the legend, Bertrand des Amis, Maître en fait d'armes des Académies du Roi. Andre-Louis stood considering. He could claim, he thought, to possess the qualifications demanded. He was certainly young, and he believed of tolerable address, whilst the fencing lessons he had received in Nantes had given him at least an elementary knowledge of swordsmanship. The notice looked as if it had been pinned there some days ago, suggesting that applicants for the post were not very numerous. In that case, perhaps Monsieur Bertrand des Amis would not be too exigent. And anyway, Andre-Louis had not eaten for 24 hours, and whilst the employment here offered, the precise nature of which he was yet to ascertain, did not appear to be such as Andre-Louis would deliberately have chosen, he was in no case now to be fastidious. Then, too, he liked the name of Bertrand des Amis. It felicitously combined suggestions of chivalry and friendliness. Also, the man's profession being of a kind that is flavoured with romance, it was possible that Monsieur Bertrand des Amis would not ask too many questions. In the end, he climbed to the second floor. On the landing, he paused outside a door on which was written, Academy of Monsieur Bertrand des Amis. He pushed this open, and found himself in a sparsely furnished, untenanted antechamber. From a room beyond, the door of which was closed, came the stamping of feet, the click and slither of steel upon steel, and dominating these sounds, a vibrant, sonorous voice, speaking a language that was certainly French, but such French as is never heard outside of a fencing school. Coulez! Mais coulez donc! So, now the flanconade! En carte! And here's the riposte! Let us begin again. Come! The ward of fierce! Make the coup, and then the quinte par-dessous les armes! Oh, mais allongez! Allongez! Allez, enfant! The voice cried in expostulation. Come! That was better. The blades ceased. Remember, the hand in pronation, the elbow not too far out. That will do for today. On Wednesday we shall see you tirer au mur. It is more deliberate. Speed will follow when the mechanism of the movements is more assured. Another voice murmured in answer. The steps moved aside. The lesson was at an end. Andre-Louis tapped on the door. It was opened by a tall, slender, gracefully proportioned man of perhaps 40. Black silk breeches and stockings, ending in light shoes, clothed him from the waist down. Above, he was encased to the chin in a closely fitting plastron of leather. His face was aquiline and swarthy, his eyes full and dark, his mouth firm, and his clubbed hair was of a lustrous black, with here and there a thread of silver showing. In the crook of his left arm he carried a fencing mask, a thing of leather, with a wire grating to protect the eyes. His keen glance played over Andre-Louis from head to foot. "Monsieur?" he inquired politely. It was clear that he mistook Andre-Louis' quality, which is not surprising, for despite his sadly reduced fortunes, his exterior was irreproachable. And Monsieur des Amis was not to guess that he carried upon his back the whole of his possessions. "You have a notice below, monsieur," he said, and from the swift lightening of the fencing master's eyes, he saw that he had been correct in his assumption that applicants for the position had not been jostling one another on this threshold. And then that flash of satisfaction was followed by a look of surprise. "You are come in regard to that?" Andre-Louis shrugged and half smiled. "One must live," said he. "But come in. Sit down there. I shall be free to attend to you in a moment." Andre-Louis took a seat on the bench ranged against one of the whitewashed walls. The room was long and low, its floor entirely bare. Plain wooden forms, such as that which he occupied, were placed here and there against the wall. These last were plastered with fencing trophies, masks, crossed foils, stuffed plastrons, and a variety of swords, daggers, and targets, belonging to a variety of ages and countries. There was also a portrait of an obese, big-nosed gentleman in an elaborately curled wig, wearing the blue ribbon of the Saint-Esprit, in whom Andre-Louis recognized the king. And there was a framed parchment, Monsieur des Amis' certificate from the King's Academy. A bookcase occupied one corner, and near this, facing the last of the four windows that abundantly lighted the long room, there was a small writing table and an armchair. A plump and beautifully dressed young gentleman stood by this table in the act of resuming coat and wig. Monsieur des Amis sauntered over to him, moving, thought Andre-Louis, with extraordinary grace and elasticity, and stood in talk with him, whilst also assisting him to complete his toilette. At last the young gentleman took his departure, mopping himself with a fine kerchief that left a trail of perfume on the air. Monsieur des Amis closed the door and turned to the applicant, who rose at once. "Where have you studied?" quoth the fencing master abruptly. "Studied?" Andre-Louis was taken aback by the question. "Oh, at Louis le Grand." Monsieur des Amis frowned, looking up sharply as if to see whether his applicant was taking the liberty of amusing himself. "In heaven's name, I am not asking you where you did your humanities, but in what academy you studied fencing." "Oh, fencing." It had hardly ever occurred to Andre-Louis that the sword ranked seriously as a study. "I never studied it very much. I had some lessons in the country once." The master's eyebrows went up. "But then," he cried, "why trouble to come up 2 flights of stairs?" He was impatient. "The notice does not demand a high degree of proficiency. If I am not proficient enough, yet knowing the rudiments I can easily improve. I learn most things readily." Andre-Louis commended himself. "For the rest, I possess the other qualifications. I am young, as you observe, and I leave you to judge whether I am wrong in assuming that my address is good. I am by profession a man of the robe, though I realize that the motto here is cedat toga armis." Monsieur des Amis smiled approvingly. Undoubtedly, the young man had a good address, and a certain readiness of wit, it would appear. He ran a critical eye over his physical points. "What is your name?" he asked. Andre-Louis hesitated a moment. "Andre-Louis," he said. The dark, keen eyes conned him more searchingly. "Well, Andre-Louis what?" "Just Andre-Louis. Louis is my surname." "Oh? An odd surname. You come from Brittany by your accent. Why did you leave it?" "To save my skin," he answered without reflecting, and then made haste to cover the blunder. "I have an enemy," he explained. Monsieur des Amis frowned, stroking his square chin. "You ran away?" "You may say so." "A coward, eh?" "I don't think so." And then he lied romantically. Surely a man who lived by the sword should have a weakness for the romantic. "You see, my enemy is a swordsman of great strength. The best blade in the province, if not the best blade in France. That is his repute. I thought I would come to Paris to learn something of the art, and then go back and kill him. That, to be frank, is why your notice attracted me. You see, I have not the means to take lessons otherwise. I thought to find work here in the law, but I have failed. There are too many lawyers in Paris as it is, and whilst waiting I have consumed the little money that I had, so that, enfin, your notice seemed to me something to which a special providence had directed me." Monsieur des Amis gripped him by the shoulders and looked into his face. "Is this true, my friend?" he asked. "Not a word of it," said Andre-Louis, wrecking his chances on an irresistible impulse to say the unexpected. But he didn't wreck them. Monsieur des Amis burst into laughter, and having laughed his fill, confessed himself charmed by his applicant's fundamental honesty. "Take off your coat," he said, "and let us see what you can do. Nature, at least, designed you for a swordsman. You are light, active, and supple, with a good length of arm, and you seem intelligent. I may make something of you, teach you enough for my purpose, which is that you should give the elements of the art to new pupils before I take them in hand to finish them. Let us try. Take that mask and foil and come over here." He led him to the end of the room, where the bare floor was scored with lines of chalk to guide the beginner in the management of his feet. At the end of a 10 minutes' bout, Monsieur des Amis offered him the situation, and explained it. In addition to imparting the rudiments of the art to beginners, he was to brush out the fencing-room every morning, keep the foils furbished, assist the gentleman who came for lessons to dress and undress, and make himself generally useful. His wages for the present were to be 40 livres a month, and he might sleep in an alcove behind the fencing-room if he had no other lodging. The position, you see, had its humiliations. But if Andre-Louis would hope to dine, he must begin by eating his pride as an hors d'oeuvre. "And so," he said, controlling a grimace, "the robe yields not only to the sword, but to the broom as well. Be it so. I stay." It is characteristic of him that, having made the choice, he should have thrown himself into the work with enthusiasm. It was ever his way to do whatever he did with all the resources of his mind and energies of his body. When he was not instructing very young gentlemen in the elements of the art, showing them the elaborate and intricate salute, which with a few days' hard practice he had mastered to perfection, and the 8 guards, he was himself hard at work on those same guards, exercising eye, wrist, and knees. Perceiving his enthusiasm, and seeing the obvious possibilities it opened out of turning him into a really effective assistant, Monsieur des Amis presently took him more seriously in hand. "Your application and zeal, my friend, are deserving of more than 40 livres a month," the master informed him at the end of a week. For the present, however, I will make up what else I consider due to you by imparting to you secrets of this noble art. Your future depends upon how you profit by your exceptional good fortune in receiving instruction from me. Thereafter, every morning before the opening of the academy, the master would fence for half an hour with his new assistant. Under this really excellent tuition, Andre-Louis improved at a rate that both astounded and flattered M. des Amis. He would have been less flattered and more astounded had he known that at least half the secret of Andre-Louis' amazing progress lay in the fact that he was devouring the contents of the master's library, which was made up of a dozen or so treatises on fencing by such great masters as Le Bessière, Danet, and the syndic of the King's Academy, Augustin Rousseau. To M. des Amis, whose swordsmanship was all based on practice and not at all on theory, who was indeed no theorist or student in any sense, that little library was merely a suitable adjunct to a fencing academy, a proper piece of decorative furniture. The books themselves meant nothing to him in any other sense. He had not the type of mind that could have read them with profit, nor could he understand that another should do so. Andre-Louis, on the contrary, a man with the habit of study, with the acquired faculty of learning from books, read those works with enormous profit, kept their precepts in mind, critically set off those of one master against those of another, and made for himself a choice which he proceeded to put into practice. At the end of a month, it suddenly dawned upon M. des Amis that his assistant had developed into a fencer of very considerable force, a man in a bout with whom it became necessary to exert himself if he were to escape defeat. "I said from the first," he told him one day, "that nature designed you for a swordsman. See how justified I was, and see also how well I have known how to mold the material with which nature has equipped you." "To the master be the glory," said Andre-Louis. His relations with M. des Amis had meanwhile become of the friendliest, and he was now beginning to receive from him other pupils than mere beginners. In fact, Andre-Louis was becoming an assistant in a much fuller sense of the word. M. des Amis, a chivalrous, open-handed fellow, far from taking advantage of what he had guessed to be the young man's difficulties, rewarded his zeal by increasing his wages to 4 louis a month. From the earnest and thoughtful study of the theories of others, it followed now, as not uncommonly happens, that Andre-Louis came to develop theories of his own. He lay one June morning on his little truckle bed in the alcove behind the academy, considering a passage that he had read last night in Danet on double and triple feints. It had seemed to him, when reading it, that Danet had stopped short on the threshold of a great discovery in the art of fencing. Essentially a theorist, Andre-Louis perceived the theory suggested, which Danet himself, in suggesting it, had not perceived. He lay now on his back, surveying the cracks in the ceiling and considering this matter further with the lucidity that early morning often brings to an acute intelligence. You are to remember that for close upon 2 months now the sword had been Andre-Louis' daily exercise and almost hourly thought. Protracted concentration upon the subject was giving him an extraordinary penetration of vision. Swordsmanship, as he learnt and taught and saw it daily practised, consists of a series of attacks and parries, a series of disengages, from one line into another, but always a limited series. A half-dozen disengages on either side was, strictly speaking, usually as far as any engagement went. Then one recommenced. But even so, these disengages were fortuitous. What if, from first to last, they should be calculated? That was part of the thought. One of the 2 legs on which his theory was to stand. The other was, what would happen if one so elaborated Danet's ideas on the triple feint as to merge them into a series of actual calculated disengages, to culminate at the fourth or fifth or even sixth disengage. That is to say, if one were to make a series of attacks inviting riposts, again to be countered, each of which was not intended to go home, but simply to play the opponent's blade into a line that must open him ultimately, and as predetermined, for an irresistible lunge. Each counter of the opponent's would have to be preconsidered in this widening of his guard, a widening so gradual that he should himself be unconscious of it, and throughout intent upon getting home his own point on one of those counters. Andre-Louis had been in his time a chess player of some force, and at chess he had excelled by virtue of his capacity for thinking ahead. That virtue, applied to fencing, should all but revolutionize the art. It was so applied already, of course, but only in an elementary and very limited fashion, in mere feints, single, double, or triple. But even the triple feint should be a clumsy device compared with this method upon which he theorized. He considered further, and the conviction grew that he held the key of a discovery. He was impatient to put his theory to the test. That morning he was given a pupil of some force, against whom usually he was hard put to it to defend himself. Coming on guard, he made up his mind to hit him on the fourth disengage, predetermining the 4 passes that should lead up to it. They engaged in a tierce, and Andre-Louis led the attack by a beat and a straightening of the arm. Came the demi-contre he expected, which he promptly countered by a thrust in quint. This being countered, again he re-entered still lower, and being again correctly parried, as he had calculated, he lunged, swirling his point into carte, and got home full upon his opponent's breast. The ease of it surprised him. They began again. This time he resolved to go in on the 5th disengage, and in on that he went with the same ease. Then, complicating the matter further, he decided to try the 6th, and worked out in his mind the combination of the 5 preliminary engages. Yet again, he succeeded as easily as before. The young gentleman opposed to him laughed with just a tinge of mortification in his voice. "I am all to pieces this morning," he said. "You are not of your usual force," Andre-Louis politely agreed. And then, greatly daring, always to test that theory of his to the uttermost. "So much so," he added, "that I could almost be sure of hitting you as and when I declare." The capable pupil looked at him with a half sneer. "Ha! That? No," said he. "Let us try. On the 4th disengage I shall touch you. Allons! En garde!" And as he promised, so it happened. The young gentleman, who hitherto had held no great opinion of Andre-Louis' swordsmanship, accounting him well enough for purposes of practice when the master was otherwise engaged, opened wide his eyes. In a burst of mingled generosity and intoxication, Andre-Louis was almost for disclosing his method, a method which a little later was to become a commonplace of the fencing rooms. Betimes he checked himself. To reveal his secret would be to destroy the prestige that must accrue to him from exercising it. At noon, the academy being empty, M. des Amis called Andre-Louis to one of the occasional lessons which he still received. And for the first time in all his experience with Andre-Louis, M. des Amis received from him a full hit in the course of the first bout. He laughed, well pleased, like the generous fellow he was. "Ah! You are improving very fast, my friend." He still laughed, though not so well pleased when he was hit in the second bout. After that he settled down to fight in earnest, with the result that Andre-Louis was hit 3 times in succession. The speed and accuracy of the fencing master when fully exerting himself disconcerted Andre-Louis' theory, which, for want of being exercised in practice, still demanded too much consideration. But that his theory was sound he accounted fully established, and with that, for the moment, he was content. It remained only to perfect by practice the application of it. To this he now devoted himself with the passionate enthusiasm of the discoverer. He confined himself to a half-dozen combinations, which he practiced assiduously, until each had become almost automatic, and he proved their infallibility upon the best among M. des Amis' pupils. Finally, a week or so after that last bout of his with des Amis, the master called him once more to practice. Hit again in the first bout, the master set himself to exert all his skill against his assistant. But today it availed him nothing before Andre-Louis' impetuous attacks. After the third hit, M. des Amis stepped back and pulled off his mask. "What's this?" he asked. He was pale, and his dark brows were contracted in a frown. Not in years had he been so wounded in his self-love. "Have you been taught a secret bot?" He had always boasted that he knew too much about the sword to believe any nonsense about secret bots. But this performance of Andre-Louis had shaken his convictions on that score. "No," said Andre-Louis. "I have been working hard, and it happens that I fence with my brains." "So I perceive. Well, well, I think I have taught you enough, my friend. I have no intention of having an assistant who is superior to myself." "Little danger of that," said Andre-Louis, smiling pleasantly. "You have been fencing hard all morning, and you are tired, whilst I, having done little, am entirely fresh. That is the only secret of my momentary success." His tact and the fundamental good nature of M. des Amis prevented the matter from going farther along the road it was almost threatening to take. And thereafter, when they fenced together, Andre-Louis, who continued daily to perfect his theory into an almost infallible system, saw to it that M. des Amis always scored against him at least 2 hits for every one of his own. So much he would grant to discretion, but no more. He desired that M. des Amis should be conscious of his strength, without, however, discovering so much of its real extent as would have excited in him an unnecessary degree of jealousy. And so well did he contrive that whilst he became ever of greater assistance to the master, for his style and general fencing, too, had materially improved, he was also a source of pride to him as the most brilliant of all the pupils that had ever passed through his academy. Never did Andre-Louis disillusion him by revealing the fact that his skill was due far more to M. des Amis' library and his own mother-wit than to any lessons he received. End of Chapter 1 of Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. Scaramouche, a Romance of the French Revolution, by Rafael Sabatini. Book 3, Chapter 2. Quos Deus vult perdere. Once again, precisely as he had done when he joined the Binet troop, did Andre-Louis now settle down wholeheartedly to the new profession into which necessity had driven him, and in which he found effective concealment from those who might seek him to his hurt.
This profession might, although in fact it did not, have brought him to consider himself at last as a man of action. He had not, however, on that account ceased to be a man of thought, and the events of the spring and summer months of that year, 1789, in Paris, provided him with abundant matter for reflection. He read there in the raw what is perhaps the most amazing page in the history of human development, and in the end he was forced to the conclusion that all his early preconceptions had been at fault, and that it was such exalted, passionate enthusiasts as Vilmorin who had been right. I suspect him of actually taking pride in the fact that he had been mistaken, complacently attributing his error to the circumstance that he had been himself of too sane and logical a mind to gauge the depths of human insanity now revealed. He watched the growth of hunger, the increasing poverty and distress of Paris during that spring, and assigned it to its proper cause, together with the patience with which the people bore it. The world of France was in a state of hushed, of paralyzed expectancy, waiting for the States General to assemble and for centuries of tyranny to end. And because of this expectancy, industry had come to a standstill. The stream of trade had dwindled to a trickle. Men would not buy or sell until they clearly saw the means by which the genius of the Swiss banker, M. Necker, was to deliver them from this morass. And because of this paralysis of affairs, the men of the people were thrown out of work and left to starve with their wives and children. Looking on, Andre-Louis smiled grimly. So far he was right. The sufferers were ever the proletariat. The men who sought to make this revolution, the electors, here in Paris as elsewhere, were men of substance, notable bourgeois, wealthy traders, and whilst these, despising the canaille and envying the privileged, talked largely of equality, by which they meant an ascending equality that should confuse themselves with the gentry, the proletariat perished of want in its kennels. At last, with the month of May, the deputies arrived, Andre-Louis' friend Le Chapelier prominent amongst them, and the States General were inaugurated at Versailles. It was then that affairs began to become interesting. Then that Andre-Louis began seriously to doubt the soundness of the views he had held hitherto. When the royal proclamation had gone forth, decreeing that the deputies of the Third Estate should number twice as many as those of the other two orders together, Andre-Louis had believed that the preponderance of votes thus assured to the Third Estate rendered inevitable the reforms to which they had pledged themselves. But he had reckoned without the power of the privileged orders over the proud Austrian queen, and her power over the obese, phlegmatic, and irresolute monarch. That the privileged orders should deliver battle in defense of their privileges, Andre-Louis could understand. Man being what he is, and laboring under his curse of acquisitiveness, will never willingly surrender possessions, whether they be justly or unjustly held. But what surprised Andre-Louis was the unutterable crassness of the methods by which the privileged ranged themselves for battle. They opposed brute force to reason and philosophy, and battalions of foreign mercenaries to ideas, as if ideas were to be impaled on bayonets. The war between the privileged and the court on one side, and the assembly and the people on the other, had begun.
The Third Estate contained itself and waited. Waited with the patience of nature. Waited a month, whilst, with the paralysis of business now complete, the skeleton hand of famine took a firmer grip of Paris. Waited a month, whilst privilege gradually assembled an army in Versailles to intimidate it. An army of 15 regiments, 9 of which were Swiss and German, and mounted a park of artillery before the building in which the deputies sat. But the deputies refused to be intimidated. They refused to see the guns and foreign uniforms. They refused to see anything but the purpose for which they had been brought together by royal proclamation. Thus, until the 10th of June, when that great thinker and metaphysician, the Abbé Cas, gave the signal. "It is time," said he, "to cut the cable." And the opportunity came soon, at the very beginning of July. M. de Châtelet, a harsh, haughty disciplinarian, proposed to transfer the 11 French guards placed under arrest from the military jail of the Abbaye to the filthy prison of Bicêtre, reserved for thieves and felons of the lowest order. Word of that intention going forth, the people at last met violence with violence. A mob 4,000 strong broke into the Abbaye, and delivered thence not only the 11 guardsmen, but all the other prisoners, with the exception of one, whom they discovered to be a thief, and whom they put back again. That was open revolt, at last. And with revolt, privilege knew how to deal. It would strangle this mutinous Paris in the iron grip of the foreign regiments. Measures were quickly concerted. Old Marechal de Broglie, a veteran of the 7 Years' War, imbued with a soldier's contempt for civilians, conceiving that the sight of a uniform would be enough to restore peace and order, took control with Bensenval as his second in command. The foreign regiments were stationed in the environs of Paris, regiments whose very names were an irritation to the Parisians. Regiments of Riesbach, of Deissbach, of Nassau, of Esterhazy, and Romer. Reinforcements of Swiss were sent to the Bastille, between whose crenels already since the 30th of June were to be seen the menacing mouths of loaded cannon. On the 10th of July, the electors once more addressed the king to request the withdrawal of the troops. They were answered next day that the troops served the purpose of defending the liberties of the Assembly. And on the next day to that, which was a Sunday, the philanthropist Dr. Guillotin, whose philanthropic engine of painless death was before very long to find a deal of work, came from the Assembly, of which he was a member, to assure the electors of Paris that all was well, appearances notwithstanding, since Necker was more firmly in the saddle than ever. He did not know that at that very moment in which he was speaking so confidently, the oft dismissed and oft recalled M. Necker had just been dismissed yet again by the hostile cabal about the Queen. Privilege wanted conclusive measures, and conclusive measures it would have, conclusive to itself. And at the same time yet another philanthropist, also a doctor, one Jean-Paul Marat, of Italian extraction, better known as Marat, the Gallicized form of name he adopted. A man of letters, too, who had spent some years in England and there published several works on sociology, was writing, "Have a care. Consider what would be the fatal effect of a seditious movement. If you should have the misfortune to give way to that, you will be treated as people in revolt, and blood will flow."
Andre-Louis was in the gardens of the Palais Royal, that place of shops and puppet shows, of circus and cafes, of gaming houses and brothels, that universal rendezvous on that Sunday morning when the news of Necker's dismissal spread, carrying with it dismay and fury. Into Necker's dismissal the people read the triumph of the party hostile to themselves. It sounded the knell of all hope of redress of their wrongs. He beheld a slight young man with a pock-marked face, redeemed from utter ugliness by a pair of magnificent eyes, leap to a table outside the Café de Foy, a drawn sword in his hand, crying, "To arms!" And then, upon the silence of astonishment that cry imposed, this young man poured a flood of inflammatory eloquence, delivered in a voice marred at moments by a stutter. He told the people that the Germans on the Champ de Mars would enter Paris that night to butcher the inhabitants. "Let us mount a cockade," he cried, and tore a leaf from a tree to serve his purpose, the green cockade of hope. Enthusiasm swept the crowd, a motley crowd, made up of men and women of every class, from vagabond to nobleman, from harlot to lady of fashion. Trees were despoiled of their leaves, and the green cockade was flaunted from almost every head. "You are caught between two fires," the incendiary's stuttering voice raved on, "between the Germans on the Champ de Mars and the Swiss in the Bastille. To arms, then! To arms!" Excitement boiled up and over. From a neighbouring waxworks show came the bust of Necker, and presently a bust of that comedian, the Duke of Orleans, who had a party and who was as ready as any other of the budding opportunists of those days to take advantage of the moment for his own aggrandizement. The bust of Necker was draped with crape. Andre-Louis looked on and grew afraid. Marat's pamphlet had impressed him. It had expressed what he himself had expressed more than half a year ago to the mob at Rennes. This crowd, he felt, must be restrained. That hot-headed, irresponsible stutterer would have the town in a blaze by night unless something were done. The young man, a causeless advocate of the Palais named Camille Desmoulins, later to become famous, leapt down from his table, still waving his sword, still shouting, "To arms! Follow me!" Andre-Louis advanced to occupy the improvised rostrum, which the stutterer had just vacated, to make an effort at counteracting the inflammatory performance. He thrust through the crowd, and came suddenly face to face with a tall man, beautifully dressed, whose handsome countenance was sternly set, whose great sombre eyes mouldered as if with suppressed anger. Thus face to face, each looking into the eyes of the other, they stood for a long moment, the jostling crowd streaming past them unheeded. Then Andre-Louis laughed. "That fellow, too, has a very dangerous gift of eloquence, Monsieur le Marquis," he said. "In fact, there are a number of such in France today. They grow from the soil, which you and yours have irrigated with the blood of the martyrs of liberty. Soon it may be your blood instead. The soil is parched and thirsty for it." "Gallows bird," he was answered, "the police will do your affair for you. I shall tell the Lieutenant General that you are to be found in Paris." "My God, man!" cried Andre-Louis. "Will you never get sense? Will you talk like that of lieutenant generals when Paris itself is likely to tumble about your ears or take fire under your feet? Raise your voice, Monsieur le Marquis.
denounce me here, to these. You will make a hero of me in such an hour as this. Or shall I denounce you? I think I will. I think it is high time you received your wages. Hi! You others, listen to me! Let me present to you... A rush of men hurtled against him, swept him along with them, do what he would, separating him from Monsieur de La Tour d'Azyr, so oddly met. He sought to breast that human torrent. The Marquis, caught in an eddy of it, remained where he had been. And Andre-Louis' last glimpse of him was of a man smiling, with tight lips. An ugly smile. Meanwhile, the gardens were emptying in the wake of that stuttering firebrand who had mounted the green cockade. The human torrent poured out into the Rue de Richelieu, and Andre-Louis perforce must suffer himself to be borne along by it, at least as far as the Rue du Hasard. There he sidled out of it, and having no wish to be crushed to death or to take further part in the madness that was afoot, he slipped down the street, and so got home to the deserted academy. For there were no pupils today, and even Monsieur des Amis, like Andre-Louis, had gone out to seek for news of what was happening at Versailles. This was no normal state of things at the Academy of Bertrand des Amis. Whatever else in Paris might have been at a standstill lately, the fencing academy had flourished as never hitherto. Usually both the master and his assistant were busy from morning until dusk. And already Andre-Louis was being paid now by the lessons that he gave, the master allowing him 1/2 of the fee in each case for himself, an arrangement which the assistant found profitable. On Sundays the academy made half-holiday, but on this Sunday, such had been the state of suspense and ferment in the city, that no one having appeared by 11 o'clock, both des Amis and Andre-Louis had gone out. Little they thought, as they lightly took leave of each other, they were very good friends by now, that they were never to meet again in this world. Bloodshed there was that day in Paris. On the Place Vendôme, a detachment of dragoons awaited the crowd out of which Andre-Louis had slipped. The horsemen swept down upon the mob, dispersed it, smashed the waxen effigy of Monsieur Necker, and killed one man on the spot, an unfortunate French guard who stood his ground. That was a beginning. As a consequence, Besenval brought up his Swiss from the Champ de Mars, and marshalled them in battle order on the Champs-Élysées, with 4 pieces of artillery. His dragoons he stationed in the Place Louis XV. That evening an enormous crowd, streaming along the Champs-Élysées and the Tuileries gardens, considered with eyes of alarm that warlike preparation. Some insults were cast upon those foreign mercenaries, and some stones were flung. Besenval, losing his head or acting under orders, sent for his dragoons and ordered them to disperse the crowd. But that crowd was too dense to be dispersed in this fashion, so dense that it was impossible for the horsemen to move without crushing someone. There were several crushed, and as a consequence, when the dragoons, led by the Prince de Lambesc, advanced into the Tuileries gardens, the outraged crowd met them with a fusillade of stones and bottles. Lambesc gave the order to fire. There was a stampede. Pouring forth from the Tuileries through the city went those indignant people with their story of German cavalry trampling upon women and children, and uttering now, in grimmest earnest, the call to arms, raised at noon by Desmoulins in the Palais Royal. The victims were taken up and borne thence, and amongst them was Bertrand des Amis, himself, like all who lived by the sword, an ardent upholder of the noblesse, trampled to death under hooves of a foreign horseman, launched by the noblesse and led by a nobleman. To Andre-Louis, waiting that evening on the second floor of number 13 Rue d'Assard for the return of his friend and master, 4 men of the people brought that broken body of one of the earliest victims of the Revolution that was now launched in earnest. End of chapter 2 of book 3.